Welcome, weary traveler, to the forgotten corners and whispered secrets of the American frontier, a realm where mysteries drift like tumbleweeds across dusty plains and legends take root in the shadows of abandoned homesteads. Tonight, we venture beyond the well-trodden paths of heroism and redemption into territories where questions outnumber answers, where strange encounters wait in moonlit clearings, and where the line between myth and reality blurs like heat shimmer on summer roads. Close your eyes and let the gentle rhythm of discovery carry you through unexplored territories, where every shadow holds a story and every silence speaks of secrets yet to be unveiled. In the vast expanse of the American frontier, where the boundary between the living world and whatever lies beyond grows thin as morning mist, there exist encounters that challenge the rational mind and force even the most pragmatic souls to acknowledge that their understanding of reality may be far more limited than their confidence in empirical observation and logical deduction might otherwise suggest, creating spaces where the impossible becomes merely improbable and where the weight of human emotion and unfinished business seems capable of transcending the physical limitations that normally constrain existence within the boundaries of what can be seen and touched and measured through conventional means. The story of Agnes Dowd represents perhaps the most haunting and persistent of these supernatural encounters, as her restless spirit continues to wander the treacherous waters and fog-shrouded banks of Blue Water Marsh decades after her tragic death, calling out for a lover whose betrayal and abandonment had driven her to commit acts of violence that condemned not only her family but also her own soul to an eternity of searching for resolution that may never come. The woman whose voice echoes across the marsh during the darkest hours of night was once flesh and blood, driven by the same desires for love and acceptance that motivate the living, yet circumstances and choices that seemed reasonable at the time had conspired to create a situation where her desperate need for emotional connection led to consequences that extended far beyond her own suffering and death. Agnes had fallen deeply in love with a man whose promises of commitment and shared future had seemed genuine enough to justify the risks she was willing to accept in order to be with him. Yet his decision to abandon her for another woman, after she had become pregnant with his child, had created a psychological wound that proved more devastating than the social scandal and economic hardship that typically accompanied such betrayals during an era when women possessed few legal protections or economic alternatives to dependence upon male support and social approval. The pregnancy that should have represented hope for the future instead became a source of shame and desperation that isolated her from the very communities and family relationships that might have provided emotional support and practical base assistance during her time of greatest need. The lover whose affections had once seemed so constant and reliable had not simply chosen another woman, but had done so in ways that demonstrated his complete disregard for Agnes's welfare and his callous indifference to the child whose existence represented the physical evidence of promises he was no longer willing to honor or acknowledge as creating any meaningful obligations for his future, behavior, or moral consideration. The abandonment she experienced was not merely personal rejection, but also a form of social death that left her without resources or respectability in a society that viewed unwed motherhood as evidence of moral corruption that contaminated not only the woman herself, but also any community that might offer her shelter or assistance. The attempts at reconciliation that Agnes pursued, despite the cruelty of his abandonment, were motivated not by naive hope that his character had somehow been transformed by guilt or reflection, but rather by her desperate recognition that her alternatives were limited to forms of destitution and social exile that would make survival difficult for both herself and her unborn child, creating psychological pressure that made even the slim possibility of winning back his affection seem preferable to accepting the certainty of poverty and disgrace that awaited her if she acknowledged the finality of his betrayal. The letters she wrote and the messages she sent through mutual acquaintances represented increasingly frantic attempts to convince him that their previous love had been genuine enough to overcome whatever obstacles or temptations had led him to seek happiness with someone else. When her lover finally agreed to meet her at their old trysting place in the secluded areas around Bluewater Marsh, Agnes interpreted his willingness to see her as evidence that their emotional connection had survived his temporary infatuation with another woman, and that honest conversation might reveal pathways toward reconciliation that would allow them to rebuild their relationship on foundations that could withstand whatever challenges their future might present. The hope that sustained her during the days leading up to their planned meeting was both genuine and desperate, representing her last attempt to avoid the social and economic consequences that his abandonment had created, while also preserving some version of the happiness she had experienced during the early phases of their courtship. The meeting that was supposed to provide resolution instead became the catalyst for tragedy that would extend far beyond Agnes's own suffering, as her lover's confirmation that his decision to leave her was final and permanent created psychological pressure that transformed her grief and desperation into forms of rage and despair that overwhelmed whatever rational judgment or moral constraint might previously have guided her behavior. During moments of extreme emotional stress, the violence that erupted during their final conversation was not premeditated or carefully planned, but rather the spontaneous result of psychological forces that had been building for months without adequate outlet or resolution through less destructive means. Agnes's family, who had already been struggling with the social embarrassment and financial burden created by her situation, discovered upon their return home that their daughter had committed acts of violence that would forever associate their name with scandal and criminal behavior that extended far beyond the relatively minor disgrace of unwed pregnancy that they had been attempting to manage through careful social navigation and discreet financial support. The blood that stained their modest home was not merely physical evidence of her psychological breakdown, but also symbolic confirmation that their attempts to protect their family's reputation and social standing had failed in ways that would create consequences, extending far beyond their daughter's individual choices and moral failings. The death that claimed Agnes, whether through suicide or the violent intervention of authorities who were summoned to address the situation she had created, was accompanied by the kind of spiritual unrest that frontier folklore suggested could result when individuals died while consumed by powerful emotions that had not been resolved through confession or forgiveness, or the natural completion of relationships and obligations that had defined their earthly existence. The transition from life to death that might have been peaceful under different circumstances instead became a form of spiritual imprisonment that bound her consciousness to the physical location where her most intense suffering had occurred, creating conditions where her essence continued to seek resolution that the living world could no longer provide. The manifestations of Agnes's presence that began to be reported by travelers and hunters who ventured into Bluewater Marsh during the hours between midnight and dawn were not simple hallucinations or tricks of fog and moonlight, but rather genuine encounters with consciousness that had somehow retained enough coherence and emotional intensity to influence the physical world in ways that conventional understanding of death and spiritual existence could not adequately explain or dismiss through appeals to rational skepticism. The voice that called out across the water was recognizably human in its pain and desperation, yet it carried with it qualities of otherworldly sorrow that made even the most hardened frontiersman uncomfortable enough to avoid the marsh during the hours when her presence was most likely to manifest. The consistency of witness accounts across decades of reported encounters suggested that Agnes's spiritual unrest was not diminishing with the passage of time, but was instead maintaining the same intensity of grief and searching that had characterized her final moments of life, creating a form of supernatural persistence that challenged assumptions about the natural progression of mourning and the eventual acceptance of loss that normally allowed both the living and the dead to find peace through the gradual healing that time and spiritual reflection were supposed to provide. The details provided by different witnesses, who had no knowledge of each other's experiences or the historical circumstances that had created the haunting, were remarkably consistent in their descriptions of a woman's voice pleading for reunion with a lover who would never return. Arthur Morgan's encounters with Agnes during his travels through Lemoyne were particularly significant because his journal entries and personal reflections provided detailed documentation of experiences that might otherwise have been dismissed as folklore or the products of imagination, influenced by local legends and campfire stories. Yet his practical nature and general skepticism about supernatural claims made his testimony particularly credible when he described hearing her voice and witnessing manifestations that could not be explained through conventional understanding of how grief and memory influence perception under conditions of poor visibility and emotional stress. The drawings that Arthur made of the marsh and his attempts to record the exact words that Agnes spoke during their encounters provided evidence that her communications possessed coherence and emotional complexity that went beyond simple repetition of phrases that might have been preserved in local oral tradition. John Marston's later experiences with Agnes's spirit, which occurred during his government-mandated pursuit of former gang members throughout the region, were marked by a different quality of interaction that reflected both his greater emotional vulnerability following his family's kidnapping by federal authorities and his developing understanding of how completely individual choices could have consequences that extended far beyond the immediate circumstances that had motivated such choices. The conversations that John recorded in his own journal following encounters with Agnes revealed his recognition that her spiritual suffering was connected to forms of abandonment and betrayal that paralleled his own experiences with institutional authority and personal relationships that had failed to provide the security and moral support that their apparent strength and commitment had seemed to promise. The strange man whose appearances throughout both Red Dead Redemption games had puzzled players and characters alike represented a different category of supernatural encounter, one that seemed connected not to personal tragedy and unfinished emotional business, but rather to larger questions about moral judgment and the cosmic significance of individual choices that shaped character development and spiritual destiny in ways that conventional religious teaching and philosophical speculation could only begin to address through abstract theoretical frameworks that bore little relationship to the concrete experiences of people whose daily lives were shaped by practical necessities and immediate survival concerns, rather than metaphysical reflection about ultimate meaning and divine purpose. The figure, who identified himself only as someone who knew things about people that they themselves might not fully understand, appeared to possess knowledge that transcended normal human limitations of perception and information gathering, yet his interest in specific individuals seemed motivated not by arbitrary curiosity or supernatural entertainment, but rather by genuine concern for their moral development and spiritual welfare that suggested a form of benevolent oversight that operated according to principles that were more sophisticated and compassionate than the harsh judgment and arbitrary punishment that characterized most frontier expressions of religious authority and social control. John's conversations with the strange man during their encounters in Armadillo and other locations were marked by questions and observations that seemed designed to encourage self-examination and moral reflection rather than to provide easy answers or comfortable reassurance about the righteousness of choices that had been made under pressure or in circumstances where clear ethical guidance was unavailable through conventional sources of wisdom and spiritual authority. The knowledge that the strange man displayed about John's past actions and current struggles was accompanied by a form of gentle patience that suggested understanding of human weakness and the complex circumstances that made moral perfection impossible for people whose lives were shaped by forces beyond their individual control or influence. The cabin in Bayou Noir, where evidence of the strange man's presence could be discovered by Arthur during his exploration of Lemoyne, contained artwork and personal effects that provided additional insight into the mysterious figure's true nature and purposes, though such insight raised more questions than it answered about whether his involvement in human affairs represented divine intervention, cosmic justice, or some other form of supernatural oversight that operated according to principles that transcended normal understanding of how spiritual forces influenced material existence and individual moral development. The paintings and mirror that Arthur discovered suggested that the strange man's knowledge extended beyond simple observation to include forms of prophetic awareness that allowed him to perceive future possibilities and alternative outcomes that remained hidden from the people whose choices would ultimately determine which of those possibilities would be realized through their actions and decisions. The ghost train that occasionally appeared on the railroad tracks that crossed through the swamplands of Lemoyne represented yet another category of supernatural manifestation, one that seemed connected to collective tragedy rather than individual suffering, as the spectral locomotive and its phantom passengers appeared to be reenacting journeys that had been interrupted by disaster or violence in ways that prevented their natural completion and created conditions where the emotional energy and unfulfilled purposes associated with such journeys continued to manifest in the physical world. Despite the deaths of everyone who had originally been involved in the transportation, that the ghostly train represented through its persistent reenactment of routes and schedules that no longer served any practical purpose. The witnesses who reported seeing the ghost train during their nighttime travels through the region described a phenomenon that possessed all the visual and auditory characteristics of a real locomotive, complete with the sounds of steam engines and the rhythmic clatter of wheels on rails, yet attempts to interact with the train or its passengers revealed its spectral nature as bullets and physical objects passed through the cars and engine without causing damage or eliciting any response from the figures that could be observed through the windows of what appeared to be passenger compartments. The consistency of these reports across different time periods and witness backgrounds suggested that the manifestation was not simply the product of shared folklore or collective hallucination, but rather a genuine supernatural phenomenon that occurred with sufficient regularity to be anticipated by local residents who had learned to avoid certain areas during the hours when the ghost train was most likely to appear. The connection between the spectral locomotive and historical records of train disasters and violent incidents that had occurred along the same route during previous decades suggested that the haunting was not arbitrary or purposeless, but rather represented some form of spiritual commemoration or reenactment of tragedy that had been significant enough to create lasting impressions upon the landscape and the collective memory of communities that had been affected by such events. The passengers, whose shadows could be glimpsed through the train's windows, appeared to be engaged in normal activities of conversation and travel, suggesting that their spiritual existence was characterized not by awareness of their death, but by continuation of the purposes and relationships that had motivated their original journey before circumstances had intervened to prevent their arrival at destinations that remained meaningful enough to sustain their ghostly pilgrimage across territory that had been transformed by time and development since their physical deaths. Arthur's personal encounter with the ghost train during one of his late-night rides through Lemoyne was documented in his journal with the same careful attention to detail that he applied to more conventional experiences. Yet his description of the event was marked by uncharacteristic uncertainty about whether what he had witnessed was genuine supernatural manifestation or some combination of fatigue and environmental conditions that had created convincing illusions of phenomena that had no objective reality beyond his own psychological state during a period when stress and physical exhaustion might have made him susceptible to experiences that his normal skepticism would have dismissed as products of imagination or misperception. The UFO sightings that occurred at specific locations under particular celestial conditions represented perhaps the most enigmatic category of supernatural encounter, as the strange lights and unexplained aerial phenomena that could be observed above Mount Shan and Honey's Bethel challenged not only conventional understanding of what was possible within the technological capabilities of the late 19th century, but also raised questions about whether the American frontier might be host to forms of intelligence and purposeful activity that originated from sources entirely outside human experience and terrestrial existence. The cultists at Honey's Bethel, whose mass suicide had preceded the UFO manifestations above their former homestead, had left behind written records that suggested their death was not simply the result of religious fanaticism or psychological breakdown, but rather represented their response to knowledge or communication that they believed had come from sources beyond earthly authority and conventional spiritual guidance, creating conditions where their collective decision to end their lives was motivated by conviction that such death would facilitate their transition to forms of existence that would allow them to join or serve intelligences that operated according to principles fundamentally different from those that governed human social organization and individual moral development. The sermon that could be found among their possessions described beliefs about cosmic cycles and spiritual evolution that bore little resemblance to conventional Christian doctrine or established philosophical frameworks for understanding human purpose and destiny. Yet the sophistication of their theological speculation and the apparent sincerity of their commitment to ideas that had led them to sacrifice their lives suggested that their beliefs were based upon experiences or revelations that had convinced them of truths that ordinary religious and intellectual authority had failed to recognize or acknowledge through official teaching and institutional guidance. The timing of UFO appearances at precisely 2 o'clock in the morning under specific lunar conditions suggested that such manifestations were not random occurrences, but rather followed patterns that implied purposeful activity guided by intelligence and planning that operated according to schedules and objectives that remained hidden from human observation except during carefully orchestrated moments of revelation that served purposes known only to whatever forces were responsible for such displays of advanced technology or supernatural power. Arthur's observation of the aerial phenomena above Mount Shan was documented with his characteristic attention to practical detail, Yet his description of lights and movements that defied explanation through conventional understanding of natural atmospheric conditions or human technological capability was accompanied by philosophical speculation about the possibility that the universe contained forms of intelligence and purposeful activity that existed entirely outside the scope of human knowledge and terrestrial experience, creating humbling recognition that individual understanding of reality might be far more limited than the confidence and certainty that characterized most approaches to daily life and moral decision-making. The connection between UFO sightings and locations where religious or spiritual activity had reached extreme intensity suggested that supernatural manifestations might be attracted to areas where human consciousness had been elevated or transformed through practices that opened perception to realities that normally remained hidden beneath the surface of conventional experience and rational thought, creating conditions where the boundaries between different forms of existence became sufficiently permeable to allow interaction between intelligences that ordinarily operated within entirely separate realms of reality and influence. Francis Sinclair's presence throughout different historical periods represented perhaps the most complex and intellectually challenging of the supernatural mysteries that dotted the frontier landscape, as his apparent ability to move freely between different time periods raised questions not only about the nature of temporal existence and the possibility of transcending normal chronological limitations, but also about the purposes and moral implications of possessing knowledge about future events, while being unable or unwilling to intervene in ways that might prevent tragedy or alter the course of individual destiny and collective historical development. The rock carvings that Francis had commissioned from Arthur and John were not simply artistic projects or historical documentation, but rather served purposes that remained mysterious even after their completion, as the specific symbols and patterns that he had requested appeared to correspond to astronomical configurations and temporal markers that suggested some form of advanced understanding about the relationship between celestial movements and terrestrial events that allowed him to navigate between different time periods according to principles that combined scientific knowledge with spiritual insight in ways that transcended normal human capability and comprehension. The cabin where Francis resided during his sojourn in the late 19th century contained technological artifacts and personal effects that appeared to represent different historical periods and cultural contexts, suggesting that his time travels had taken him not only to different chronological moments, but also to entirely different geographical locations and civilizations that had developed approaches to knowledge and spiritual development that bore little resemblance to anything that American frontier culture had produced through its combination of European intellectual heritage and adaptation to New World environmental challenges and social opportunities. The photographs that documented Francis's journeys through time and space revealed destinations that included not only recognizable historical periods from human civilization, but also landscapes and structures that appeared to represent either alternative versions of terrestrial development or entirely non-human civilizations whose achievements in science and spiritual evolution had allowed them to transcend the limitations that constrained normal human existence within single time periods and geographical locations. The implications of such photographic evidence suggested possibilities for human development and cosmic connection that challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of individual existence and the ultimate purposes of consciousness and moral growth. The mystery surrounding Francis's ultimate origins and destinations remained unresolved even after his departure from the 19th century American frontier, as the clues he had left behind suggested connections to other supernatural phenomena and mysterious occurrences that appeared throughout different entertainment universes, creating possibilities for interpretation that ranged from simple, coincidental similarities to genuine continuity that implied shared cosmic frameworks and spiritual principles that operated across different historical periods and geographical settings to guide individual moral development and collective social evolution according to patterns that transcended normal human understanding of causality and purpose. The ghostly sounds that echoed across the Scarlet Meadows battlefield during certain atmospheric conditions provided evidence that the trauma and emotional intensity of Civil War combat had left permanent impressions upon the landscape itself, creating conditions where the psychic energy and desperate final thoughts of men who had died in service of causes they believed were more important than their individual survival continued to manifest in ways that could be perceived by living individuals whose sensitivity to such phenomena was heightened by environmental factors or personal circumstances that made them particularly receptive to communication from sources beyond normal sensory experience. General Harris, whose military leadership during the battle had determined the tactical outcomes that shaped local history and political development for decades to come, appeared to maintain some form of conscious awareness that allowed him to continue issuing orders and responding to battlefield conditions that existed only in the spiritual realm, where the consequences of his decisions continued to play out according to patterns that reflected the intensity of conviction and sense of duty that had characterized his approach to military responsibility during the conflict that had ultimately claimed his life and the lives of hundreds of soldiers under his command. The voices that could be heard issuing commands and responding to tactical situations that had been resolved decades earlier suggested that the spiritual existence of military leaders might be characterized by continuation of the responsibilities and relationships that had given meaning to their earthly lives, creating forms of posthumous duty and eternal vigilance that reflected the depth of their commitment to causes and principles that had been important enough to justify the ultimate sacrifice of life itself in service of objectives that transcended individual survival and personal happiness. The battlefield itself had become a kind of outdoor cathedral where the intensity of human emotion and moral conviction had sanctified the ground in ways that made it permanently receptive to spiritual manifestation and supernatural communication, allowing the living to glimpse aspects of existence that normally remained hidden behind the veil of death and temporal separation that prevented easy interaction between different states of consciousness and forms of awareness that operated according to principles that bore little relationship to the physical laws and social conventions that govern normal human experience and community organization. These encounters with the supernatural realm that dotted the American frontier served not merely as sources of entertainment or fearful speculation, but rather as reminders that individual human existence was embedded within larger cosmic frameworks and spiritual realities that extended far beyond the immediate concerns and practical necessities that occupied most conscious attention during the daily struggle for survival and social advancement that characterized life in territories where institutional authority was limited and individual choice carried consequences that could extend across generations and influence the moral development of entire communities through examples of courage or cowardice that shaped collective understanding of what it meant to live with integrity and purpose, despite circumstances that offered few clear guidelines for ethical behavior and spiritual growth. The mysteries surrounding missing persons and unexplained disappearances across the American frontier reveal not merely the practical dangers that threatened travelers and settlers in territories where law enforcement was sporadic and communication with distant authorities remained unreliable for weeks or months at a time, but also the deeper psychological reality that individual human existence was far more fragile and temporary than the confident narratives of westward expansion and manifest destiny would suggest to those whose understanding of frontier life was shaped primarily by official accounts and romantic literature, rather than direct experience with the harsh realities of survival in landscapes that remained largely indifferent to human ambition and moral aspiration. The people who vanished without explanation into the vast wilderness left behind them not only grieving families and unanswered questions, but also profound reminders that civilization's protective structures extended only as far as its physical boundaries, beyond which individual fate was determined by forces that bore little relationship to social status, personal virtue, or careful preparation for the challenges that awaited those who ventured into territories where human presence was still measured in isolated homesteads rather than established communities. Princess Isabeau of Luxembourg represented perhaps the most internationally significant of these mysterious disappearances, as her vanishing during what should have been a carefully planned and adequately protected hunting expedition had created diplomatic complications and newspaper speculation that extended far beyond the immediate family tragedy to encompass questions about American territorial security and the ability of federal authorities to provide adequate protection for foreign dignitaries whose presence in frontier regions was supposed to demonstrate the success of democratic institutions and the safety of territories that were being promoted to European investors and potential immigrants as lands of opportunity rather than dangerous wilderness, where even wealthy and well-connected individuals could disappear without trace or explanation. The hunting party that had accompanied Princess Isabeau into the remote areas surrounding what would later become the Heartlands region of New Hanover had been composed of experienced guides and armed guards whose reputation for competence and reliability had been established through years of successful expeditions with other wealthy clients seeking authentic frontier experiences that would allow them to return to European capitals with stories and trophies that demonstrated their courage and adaptability to challenges that their normal social circles could never provide. Yet the same wilderness that had previously offered them controlled adventure and manageable risk had on this occasion revealed aspects of danger and unpredictability that no amount of professional experience or careful planning had been adequate to anticipate or counter through conventional precautions. The search efforts that were organized following the discovery that the princess and several members of her party had failed to return to their designated meeting point had involved not only local law enforcement and territorial officials, but also federal agents whose political careers and institutional reputation depended upon their ability to resolve the situation in ways that would minimize diplomatic embarrassment while also demonstrating governmental competence and commitment to protecting foreign visitors whose continued confidence in American hospitality was viewed as essential for maintaining international relationships that served broader economic and political objectives beyond the immediate concerns of individual welfare and family grief. The theories that developed around Princess Isabeau's disappearance reflected both the practical realities of frontier dangers and the more disturbing possibilities that her royal status and presumed wealth might have made her particularly attractive to criminal elements whose understanding of ransom and hostage-taking had been influenced by European models of political terrorism and economic extortion that were beginning to appear in American criminal enterprises as immigration and communication networks brought continental methods and ideological frameworks to territories that had previously been isolated from such sophisticated approaches to violence and social disruption. The absence of any ransom demands or communications from potential kidnappers created additional mystery around her fate, as experienced criminals and law enforcement officials alike understood that wealthy victims were typically kept alive, specifically to enable negotiation and financial exchange that would benefit their captors, while also providing families and governments with hope that cooperation and payment might result in safe return of missing persons, whose continued survival was essential for completing transactions that motivated most professionally organized kidnapping operations. During an era when such crimes were becoming increasingly common in regions where rapid development and social disruption had created opportunities for criminal enterprises that possessed sufficient organization and resources to target high-value victims. The possibility that Princess Isabeau had been murdered by family members whose inheritance or political position might be improved by her permanent disappearance represented a form of speculation that reflected both the cynical realities of European aristocratic politics and the practical recognition that royal hunting expeditions provided opportunities for arranging accidents or attacks that could be attributed to frontier dangers rather than domestic conspiracy. Yet the investigation that followed her disappearance had failed to uncover evidence of such planning or the kind of financial and political motivations that typically characterized family violence directed against individuals whose continued existence threatened the interests of relatives who possessed both access and motive for eliminating obstacles to their own advancement. The alternative theory that Princess Isabeau had deliberately arranged her own disappearance in order to escape the constraints and obligations of royal life had gained credibility among some investigators who noted that her correspondence during the months preceding her American journey had revealed increasing dissatisfaction with the social expectations and marriage arrangements that were being imposed upon her by family members whose understanding of her happiness and personal fulfillment was entirely subordinated to their assessment of what political alliances and economic connections would best serve the broader interests of their kingdom and their own continued influence within European aristocratic circles. The possibility that she had used the chaos and isolation of the hunting expedition to stage her own death while actually fleeing to territories where her royal identity would be unknown and her wealth could be used to establish an entirely new life under different circumstances appealed to romantic sensibilities, while also acknowledging the practical reality that American frontier regions offered opportunities for reinvention and escape that were unavailable within the more rigid social structures of European society, where individual identity was largely determined by birth circumstances and family connections that could not be altered through personal choice or geographic relocation. Yet, the complete absence of any subsequent evidence of her continued survival in American territories or elsewhere had gradually undermined confidence in theories that depended upon her successful navigation of complex logistical challenges while maintaining absolute secrecy about her true identity and background, as even the most carefully planned disappearance would likely have left traces that professional investigators should have been able to discover through systematic examination of financial records, travel documents, and witness accounts from communities where a woman of her education and social background might have attempted to establish new residence under assumed identity. The Lenora View tragedy that had claimed the life of a newlywed husband during what should have been one of the happiest journeys of his existence demonstrated how completely individual hopes and careful planning could be destroyed by random accidents that bore no relationship to the moral, character, or practical wisdom of their victims, creating situations where the arbitrary nature of fate became impossible to ignore or rationalize through appeals to divine justice or natural consequences of personal choices and behavior patterns that might otherwise provide comforting explanations for why some people experienced tragedy while others were permitted to enjoy the security and happiness they had worked to create through honest effort and virtuous living. The man whose body had been discovered at the bottom of the cliff near Lenora View had been traveling to collect his bride from her family home, carrying with him not only the legal documents and financial resources necessary for establishing their shared household, but also letters and personal items that testified to the depth of his love and the care with which he had planned for their future together, making his accidental death particularly tragic, not only because of the happiness that was destroyed, but also because of the evidence it provided that good intentions and careful preparation offered no protection against the kind of random misfortune that could transform celebration into mourning and hope into despair without regard for individual merit or moral consideration. The bride who had been waiting for his arrival was discovered days later, in circumstances that revealed how completely her psychological state had deteriorated upon learning of his death, as the combination of grief and practical desperation had created conditions where her capacity for rational thought and self-preservation had been overwhelmed by the recognition that everything she had believed about her future and her security had been destroyed by an accident that could not be prevented, predicted, or understood through any framework of meaning that might have provided comfort or guidance for continuing to live without the relationship that had given purpose and direction to all of her previous planning and emotional investment. The letter that she had left behind before taking her own life provided insight into the intensity of their mutual devotion and the extent to which both of them had invested their entire sense of identity and future happiness in a relationship that death had severed permanently, just as it was about to reach its fullest expression through marriage and shared domestic life, creating a form of spiritual and emotional devastation that proved more destructive than any physical hardship or social obstacle they might have been able to overcome through mutual support and continued commitment to each other's welfare and moral development. Miriam Wegner's imprisonment within her own family home at Emerald Ranch represented a different category of human mystery, one where the disappearance was not complete, but rather involved the deliberate concealment of someone whose continued existence was acknowledged by her captors, but whose freedom had been sacrificed to family interests and social aim, expectations that viewed individual happiness and personal autonomy as less important than maintaining appearances and preventing scandals that might damage carefully constructed reputations and business relationships that had taken generations to establish through strategic marriages and economic cooperation with other influential families in the region. The young woman, whose face could occasionally be glimpsed through the windows of the ranch house during specific times of day, had once enjoyed the kind of freedom and social engagement that her wealth and family connections should have provided as birthright. Yet her decision to pursue a romantic relationship with someone whose social status and economic prospects were viewed as inadequate by her relatives had resulted in increasingly severe restrictions upon her movement and social contact that were designed to prevent further development of attachments that threatened their vision of advantageous marriage arrangements that would strengthen their political influence and financial security through alliance with families whose resources and connections could advance their collective interests. The local farm boy, whose love for Miriam had precipitated her imprisonment, had not simply been rejected as unsuitable partner, but had been eliminated through what appeared to be accidental shooting that occurred under circumstances, suggesting that such accidents could be arranged when less dramatic. Forms of discouragement had proven inadequate for ending relationships that threatened family plans and social expectations, creating a situation where Miriam's grief over his death was compounded by her realistic suspicion that her own relatives had been responsible for destroying the only source of genuine happiness and authentic emotional connection that her privileged but constrained existence had ever allowed her to experience. The wagon that could be found abandoned in Cumberland Forest had belonged to the farm boy whose death had been reported as hunting accident. Yet the personal effects and correspondence that remained scattered around the wreckage provided evidence that his relationship with Miriam had been characterized by the kind of mutual devotion and shared dreams for the future that made his elimination particularly cruel and morally inexcusable. Regardless of whatever family interests and social considerations might have motivated those who had arranged his death to protect their daughter from what they viewed as inappropriate attachment to someone whose background and prospects were incompatible with their expectations for her future, the control that Miriam's father continued to exercise over her daily activities and social interactions following her lover's death was not simply protective concern for her emotional welfare during a period of grief, but rather systematic psychological imprisonment that was designed to prevent her from forming any new attachments or discovering information that might lead her to understand the true circumstances of the young man's death, creating conditions where her mourning was complicated by isolation and uncertainty that made healing and recovery impossible, while also ensuring that her compliance with future marriage arrangements would be motivated by despair and resignation rather than genuine consent or enthusiasm for relationships that served family interests rather than her individual happiness. The glimpses of Miriam that travelers could catch during their visits to Emerald Ranch revealed not only her physical presence, but also the psychological toll that years of confinement and enforced solitude had exacted upon someone whose intelligence and natural vivacity were being systematically suppressed through methods that bore more resemblance to imprisonment than to the kind of protective care that loving families typically provided for members who were struggling with loss and emotional difficulty, suggesting that her captivity was motivated more by her relatives' fear of social embarrassment than by genuine concern for her welfare and recovery from trauma. Karen Jones's gradual descent into alcoholism and her eventual disappearance from the Vanderlinde gang represented yet another form of human mystery, though one where the psychological mechanisms that led to her vanishing were more clearly understood, even if her ultimate fate remained subject to speculation and uncertainty that reflected the broader reality that frontier life offered numerous opportunities for people to simply cease existing in ways that left no trace for those who might wish to learn what had become of friends and associates whose absence created emotional wounds that could never be properly healed without knowledge of whether such absence represented death or deliberate choice to sever all connections with previous relationships and community membership. The woman who had once been among the most vibrant and socially engaged members of their outlaw family had begun drinking heavily following Sean McGuire's death during the bank robbery in Valentine, as her grief over losing someone who had represented youth and optimism within their increasingly troubled community had combined with growing awareness that their collective enterprise was becoming more dangerous and morally compromised, in ways that threatened not only their physical survival, but also their ability to maintain the sense of purpose and mutual loyalty that had once made their criminal activities feel like expressions of principle rather than simple desperation and violence directed against innocent people who possessed resources they needed for their own survival. The progression of Karen's alcoholism had been observed with concern by other gang members whose own relationships with her had been characterized by genuine affection and respect for her intelligence and courage during their various criminal enterprises. Yet their attempts to provide emotional support and practical assistance had been largely ineffective because the psychological damage that Sean's death had inflicted upon her sense of security and hope for the future had created needs for comfort and meaning that alcohol seemed to satisfy, more reliably than the kind of rational conversation and community solidarity that had previously been sufficient to help gang members cope with loss and disappointment. Tilly Jackson's later accounts of Karen's final weeks with the gang described a woman whose personality had been so thoroughly altered by grief and alcohol dependency that she bore little resemblance to the confident and capable person who had once been among Dutch's most trusted and effective operatives. As her increasing inability to participate in conversations or activities that required sustained attention and emotional engagement had gradually transformed her from active community member into someone whose presence served primarily as reminder of how completely their shared enterprise was, destroying the people it was supposed to protect and empower through mutual support and collective resistance to institutional oppression. The circumstances surrounding Karen's departure from the gang had been characterized by the kind of gradual withdrawal and emotional distance that typically preceded complete severance of relationships that had become too painful to maintain. Yet her failure to establish contact with former associates during the years following her disappearance had created uncertainty about whether her absence represented death through alcohol poisoning or violence, successful establishment of new life under different circumstances, or continued existence in conditions of poverty and social isolation that prevented her from reaching out for help or maintaining connections with people who might have been willing to provide assistance despite the risks that such assistance might have created for their own security and social standing. Charlotte Balfour's situation at her isolated homestead had created opportunities for the kind of predatory behavior that represented one of the most disturbing aspects of frontier life, as her vulnerability, following her husband's death, had attracted the attention of someone whose psychological condition and moral development made him view her grief and social isolation as opportunities for exploitation rather than circumstances that deserved compassion and respectful assistance from community members who possessed the resources and social obligation to protect widows and others whose circumstances left them particularly vulnerable to various forms of abuse and criminal victimization. The stalker, whose presence in the woods surrounding her property had been detected through careful observation of disturbed vegetation and animal behavior, represented the kind of individual whose understanding of human relationships was based entirely upon power dynamics and predatory opportunity, rather than mutual respect and genuine concern for other people's welfare, creating situations where women like Charlotte were forced to navigate not only the practical challenges of maintaining their property and economic security without male assistance, but also the constant psychological pressure of knowing that their isolation and vulnerability had marked them as potential victims for individuals whose approach to social interaction was motivated by impulses that bore no relationship to normal community standards of decency and mutual protection. The evidence that Arthur Morgan discovered at the stalker's campsite revealed not only the extent of his surveillance activities and his detailed knowledge of Charlotte's daily routines and personal habits, but also the presence of materials and equipment that suggested his intentions extended far beyond simple observation to include forms of physical restraint and sexual violence that would have transformed her from independent homesteader into victim of systematic brutalization that could continue for extended periods without detection by authorities or community members whose assistance she might otherwise have been able to request through normal channels of communication and social connection. The photographs of other women that were found among the stalker's possessions provided additional evidence that Charlotte was not his first potential victim, and that his predatory behavior represented a pattern of criminal activity that had likely been developing for years through encounters with other isolated women whose circumstances had made them attractive targets for someone whose psychological condition made him view female vulnerability as invitation for exploitation rather than opportunity for protective assistance that normal community relationships were supposed to provide, through informal networks of mutual support and collective responsibility for individual welfare. The handcuffs and rope that were discovered at his campsite served as tangible proof that his plans for Charlotte involved not merely sexual assault, but extended imprisonment that would have allowed him to maintain control over her for indefinite periods, while also preventing her from seeking help or escaping to safety, creating a form of captivity that would have been particularly devastating for someone whose recent experience with grief and loss had already undermined her psychological resilience and capacity for hope about future possibilities for happiness and security through legitimate relationships and community membership. Arthur's intervention in the situation had prevented Charlotte from becoming another victim of predatory violence, yet the knowledge that such threats existed and could develop without detection by potential victims or community members created a form of persistent anxiety about the safety of isolated individuals whose circumstances made them particularly vulnerable to criminal activity that operated according to psychological principles and tactical methods that bore little relationship to the kinds of property crimes and interpersonal violence that characterized most frontier criminal activity and could be anticipated and defended against through conventional precautions and community cooperation. The frozen settler whose body had been discovered atop Mount Hagen in full conquistador regalia represented a mystery that extended across centuries rather than mere decades, as the preservation of both his remains and his equipment suggested that his death had occurred under circumstances that prevented normal decomposition, while also raising questions about how someone wearing armor and carrying weapons that dated to the Spanish exploration period of the 16th century had managed to reach such an isolated and dangerous location so far from any known routes of historical exploration or territorial conquest that might have brought European military expeditions into contact with the challenging terrain and extreme weather conditions that characterized the highest elevations of the mountain ranges that separated the Great Plains from the Pacific territories. The conquistador's equipment and personal effects had been preserved in remarkable condition despite the centuries that should have elapsed since his death, suggesting either that the environmental conditions at such extreme altitude provided natural preservation that exceeded normal expectations for organic materials exposed to seasonal weather variations, or that his death had occurred under supernatural circumstances that had prevented normal physical decay through processes that operated according to principles that transcended conventional understanding of how time and environmental factors influence the deterioration of human remains and manufactured objects made from materials that should have been vulnerable to moisture, temperature changes, and other natural forces. The presence of Spanish military equipment so far from any documented routes of exploration or conquest raised questions about whether official historical records provided complete and accurate accounts of European activities in North American territories during the early colonial period, or whether individual explorers and military expeditions had ventured far beyond the boundaries of sanctioned exploration to pursue personal objectives or investigate rumors and possibilities that were not reflected in official documentation that survived through institutional archives and governmental record-keeping systems that might have been incomplete or deliberately edited to exclude references to unsuccessful expeditions or activities that did not serve official political and economic objectives. The journals and personal documentation that might have provided insight into the conquistador's identity and the circumstances that had brought him to such an unlikely final resting place had not survived the centuries of exposure to mountain weather and environmental conditions, leaving only speculation about whether his presence represented evidence of early Spanish exploration that had extended far beyond previously understood geographical limits, individual adventure that had separated him from official expeditions, or supernatural transportation that had brought him to the mountain through processes that operated according to principles entirely outside normal understanding of how travel and exploration were accomplished during the 16th century. Robert Elliot Patchen's mysterious disappearance following the discovery of his final letter represented a different category of missing person mystery, one where the psychological motivations for vanishing were clearly documented through his own written reflections about professional disappointment and personal despair. Yet the absence of his body, or any physical evidence of suicide, had created uncertainty about whether his expressed intentions had been carried out, or whether circumstances had intervened to provide him with alternatives to self-destruction that had allowed him to continue living under different conditions and perhaps different identity that offered escape from the failures and disappointments that had made his previous existence seem unbearable. The theatrical career that Patchen had pursued in major cities like Chicago and Saint Denis had promised opportunities for artistic achievement and social recognition that would justify the sacrifices and risks involved in choosing professional entertainment over more conventional forms of employment that offered greater security but less possibility for the kind of public acclaim and creative fulfillment that had motivated his decision to dedicate his life to dramatic performance and character interpretation. Yet, the reality of competitive entertainment markets and changing public tastes had gradually revealed that his talents and training were insufficient to achieve the level of success that his ambitions required for psychological satisfaction and financial security. The substance abuse that Patchen had acknowledged in his final letter as his primary source of comfort and escape from professional disappointment represented both symptom of his psychological deterioration and contributing factor to the decline in performance, quality, and professional reliability that had made it increasingly difficult for him to obtain roles and maintain relationships within theatrical communities that demanded not only artistic capability but also personal stability and social respectability that his drinking and drug use had systematically undermined through behavior that violated professional expectations and social norms. The location where his letter had been discovered, near Granite Pass, and the waterfall that he had mentioned as significant in his final written communication, had been thoroughly searched by individuals who hoped either to recover his body for proper burial or to discover evidence that might indicate whether he had actually carried out his stated intention to end his life, or had instead found some way to begin again under circumstances that would allow him to avoid the shame and practical difficulties that had made his previous existence feel impossible to continue with any hope of improvement or recovery. The hat that bore his initials and theatrical company markings had been found near the waterfall, providing evidence that he had indeed visited the location mentioned in his letter. Yet the absence of any other personal effects or physical remains suggested either that his body had been carried away by water and weather conditions, or that he had deliberately left the hat as false evidence while actually departing the area through routes that would allow him to reach territories where his previous identity and reputation would be unknown to potential employers and social contacts who might provide opportunities for rebuilding his career under different circumstances. The possibility that Pachin had successfully staged his own death in order to escape debts, professional obligations, and social relationships that had become burdensome appealed to those who preferred to believe that his story might have concluded with redemption and renewed hope rather than surrender to despair and self-destruction. Yet the practical challenges involved in maintaining false death while establishing new identity and career would have required resources and connections that his final letter suggested he no longer possessed, making successful disappearance seem nearly as unlikely as the suicide that his written words had explicitly described as his intended resolution to problems that seemed to offer no other alternatives. The fate of Karen Jones remained perhaps the most personally painful of the unsolved disappearances for those gang members who survived the dissolution of their outlaw family, as her absence represented not only the loss of someone they had cared about, but also symbolic confirmation that their way of life had systematically destroyed the people it was supposed to protect and empower through mutual loyalty and collective resistance to social forces that sought to reduce individual worth to simple economic utility and political compliance with institutional authority that served interests entirely unrelated to personal happiness and moral development. Tilly's uncertainty about whether Karen had died from alcohol poisoning, violence, or simple poverty in some distant location where her deteriorated condition had prevented her from maintaining even the basic self-care necessary for survival, reflected the broader reality that frontier territories offered numerous ways for people to disappear without leaving traces that would allow friends and family members to achieve the kind of closure that might have facilitated healing and recovery from grief over relationships that had been severed by circumstances beyond anyone's control or influence. The conversations that Tilly had shared with Mary Beth about their attempts to locate Karen through inquiries and searches in communities where she might have sought shelter or employment had revealed how completely someone could vanish into the anonymous populations of frontier towns and industrial centers where individual identity was less important than willingness to work and ability to avoid attracting attention from authorities whose interest in personal background and previous associations could create problems for people whose past contained activities or relationships that violated legal and social expectations for law-abiding citizenship and community membership. The recognition that Karen's disappearance might represent a form of intentional self-exile, motivated by her desire to protect former associates from potential complications that her continued association with them could create if law enforcement agencies discovered her location and used her knowledge of gang activities to build cases against people she continued to care about, despite her own need to escape the psychological and social environment that had contributed to her decline into alcoholism and despair, provided some comfort for those who preferred to believe that her absence reflected consideration for others, rather than simple abandonment of relationships that had once been characterized by mutual support and genuine affection. Yet the practical reality that someone in Karen's deteriorated physical and psychological condition would have faced enormous challenges in establishing independent existence without assistance from people who possessed resources and social connections necessary for helping her overcome the obstacles that her drinking problem and criminal background would have created in legitimate employment and respectable housing arrangements, made optimistic interpretations of her fate seems psychologically comforting but not necessarily realistic given the harsh realities of frontier economic and dialogue. Social structures that offered few safety nets for individuals whose circumstances had left them without family support or community membership that could provide practical assistance during periods of crisis and recovery. These mysteries of missing persons and unexplained disappearances served as constant reminders that individual existence on the American frontier was far more precarious and uncertain than official narratives of progress and opportunity, suggested to those whose understanding of Western development was based upon success stories and promotional literature rather than direct experience with the harsh realities that awaited those whose circumstances left them vulnerable to forces beyond their control, creating psychological conditions where every absence raised questions about whether missing friends and family members had found better lives elsewhere, or had simply become additional casualties of an environment that remained fundamentally hostile to human happiness and moral aspiration despite the brave efforts of those who continued to believe that individual virtue and community cooperation could create islands of security and meaning within landscapes that seemed designed to test every assumption about justice and divine providence that provided comfort and guidance for people living in more settled and civilized territories. The darkness that settled over certain remote homesteads and forgotten settlements across the American frontier was not merely the absence of sunlight or the natural shadows that accompanied nightfall in territories where artificial illumination remained scarce and expensive, but rather a spiritual and psychological darkness that seemed to emanate from places where human desperation and religious extremism had created conditions for collective madness and systematic violence that transformed ordinary people into willing participants in activities that violated every principle of human decency and moral reasoning that civilized society had developed through centuries of philosophical reflection and practical experience, with the consequences of allowing fanaticism and group psychology to override individual conscience and rational judgment about right and wrong. The homestead at Hanny's Bethel had once represented the kind of peaceful domestic achievement that motivated countless families to abandon the security and familiar comforts of eastern settlements in favor of the uncertain possibilities and harsh challenges that awaited those who sought to build new lives in territories where land was abundant, but survival required forms of self-reliance and community cooperation that tested every aspect of character and practical capability. Yet the same isolation and independence that had initially attracted settlers to such locations had also created conditions where unconventional ideas and extreme beliefs could develop without the moderating influence of broader community standards and institutional oversight that normally prevented religious enthusiasm from degenerating into dangerous fanaticism. The family whose bodies Arthur Morgan discovered arranged in their final positions around the dinner table had not died through accident or external violence, but had instead chosen to end their lives together in response to beliefs and revelations that had convinced them that earthly existence was merely a temporary phase that needed to be transcended in order to achieve spiritual advancement and cosmic understanding that could only be attained through collective sacrifice that demonstrated their absolute commitment to principles that bore little resemblance to conventional Christian doctrine or established philosophical frameworks for understanding human purpose and divine will. The sermon that could be found among their possessions revealed a theological system that combined elements of Christian mysticism with astronomical speculation and occult symbolism that suggested their beliefs had been influenced by sources that extended far beyond mainstream religious teaching to include esoteric traditions and possibly direct communication with intelligences that they believed operated according to cosmic principles that transcended normal human understanding of morality and spiritual development, creating a worldview where individual survival and earthly happiness were viewed as obstacles to achieving higher forms of consciousness and spiritual evolution that required complete abandonment of material attachments and physical existence. The specific timing of their collective suicide, which had been carefully coordinated to occur at precisely 2 o'clock in the morning under particular lunar conditions, suggested that their death was not simply the result of psychological breakdown or religious mania, but rather represented their response to what they interpreted as divine command or cosmic signal that indicated the proper moment for their transition from earthly existence to whatever form of spiritual advancement they believed, awaited those who demonstrated sufficient faith and commitment to transcend the limitations that normally constrained human consciousness within physical bodies and terrestrial concerns about survival and social relationships. The UFO manifestation that could be observed above their former homestead at the same time and under the same celestial conditions that had motivated their suicide provided either confirmation of their beliefs about cosmic intelligence and supernatural guidance, or tragic coincidence that had created the appearance of vindication for religious convictions that had led them to destroy themselves in pursuit of transcendence that remained forever beyond verification by those who lacked the faith or desperation necessary to make similar sacrifices in service of principles that demanded absolute commitment, regardless of rational doubt or emotional attachment to continued existence. Arthur's documentation of the UFO sighting above Honey's Bethel was marked by his characteristic skepticism about supernatural claims and his preference for practical explanations of unusual phenomena, yet his inability to provide conventional interpretation of what he had witnessed created internal tension between his rational worldview and the evidence of his own senses that forced him to acknowledge possibilities that his normal approach to understanding reality had not prepared him to evaluate or accept without significant revision of assumptions about what was possible within the natural order, and whether human knowledge was adequate for comprehending all forms of intelligence and purposeful activity that might exist within or beyond terrestrial boundaries. The pagan ritual site that could be discovered in the remote areas of West Elizabeth represented a different manifestation of religious extremism, one where ancient spiritual traditions that predated Christian influence in American territories had been preserved or revived by individuals whose understanding of divine will and cosmic justice was based upon practices and beliefs that emphasized blood sacrifice and supernatural manipulation, rather than the kind of moral development and community service that characterized mainstream approaches to spiritual growth and religious expression, creating conditions where human life was viewed as expendable resource to be offered to forces that demanded proof of absolute devotion through acts that violated fundamental principles of human dignity and mutual respect. The ritual circle, where evidence of human sacrifice could be discovered by travelers who possessed sufficient courage and morbid curiosity to investigate the strange symbols and disturbing atmosphere that marked the location as a place where normal moral constraints had been deliberately abandoned in favor of practices that were designed to establish communication or curry favor with supernatural powers, whose requirements for worship included activities that civilized society had long ago rejected as evidence of psychological disturbance rather than authentic spiritual insight or divine revelation. The body that had been discovered at the center of the ritual site had been systematically mutilated in ways that suggested not random violence or simple murder, but rather deliberate ceremony that followed specific patterns and symbolic requirements that reflected sophisticated understanding of ritual procedures, even as such understanding was applied to purposes that violated every principle of human value and moral consideration that normal religious practice was supposed to cultivate and strengthen through regular worship and community participation in activities that built character and promoted social harmony, rather than encouraging violence and supernatural manipulation. The animal skull that had been placed where the victim's head should have been indicated that the ritual had been designed not merely to kill, but to transform the victim into something that bore symbolic relationship to animal nature and supernatural forces that the practitioners believed could be influenced or controlled through proper application of ceremonial procedures that had been preserved or developed through traditions that operated entirely outside conventional religious authority and moral guidance, creating a form of spiritual practice that was sophisticated in its symbolic complexity, yet barbaric in its disregard for human welfare and individual rights. The symbols that had been carved into trees and stones around the ritual site corresponded to markings that could be found in other locations throughout the region, where strange activities and supernatural manifestations had been reported, suggesting that the ritual represented not isolated incident of religious mania, but rather part of broader network of occult practice that connected geographically separated individuals whose shared beliefs and ceremonial activities were coordinated according to principles that implied some form of central authority or common source of instruction that provided guidance for activities that remained hidden from conventional law enforcement and community oversight. The night folk of Lemoyne represented perhaps the most systematically organized and persistently dangerous of the cult-like groups that operated in the remote areas of frontier territories, as their coordinated activities and sophisticated hunting techniques demonstrated collective intelligence and shared cultural practices that had developed over extended periods of isolation from conventional society, while also revealing forms of violence and predatory behavior that went far beyond simple criminal enterprise to encompass systematic dehumanization of victims who were selected not for their wealth or strategic value, but rather for their vulnerability and their symbolic significance within whatever twisted worldview motivated the night folk's continued existence as organized threat to anyone unfortunate enough to encounter them during their nocturnal hunting expeditions. The language that night folk used among themselves during their coordinated attacks was not recognizable as any conventional dialect or regional variation of English, suggesting either that they had developed their own communication system through extended isolation and deliberate cultural separation from mainstream society, or that their practices and beliefs were connected to traditions that originated from entirely different cultural contexts that had been preserved or adapted by individuals whose relationship with conventional American frontier culture was characterized by rejection rather than integration or accommodation to local social norms and legal expectations. The hunting techniques that night folk employed demonstrated not only their intimate knowledge of swampland terrain and wildlife behavior, but also their understanding of human psychology and tactical vulnerability that allowed them to systematically terrorize and eliminate victims whose outdoor skills and frontier experience should have provided adequate protection against conventional forms of criminal violence and predatory behavior, yet proved insufficient defense against coordinated attacks that were planned and executed according to principles that bore more resemblance to military operations than to opportunistic crime. The victims that night folk selected for their attacks were not chosen randomly, but rather appeared to represent specific categories of travelers, and settlers, whose presence in their territory was viewed as violation of boundaries or threat to their continued isolation and independence from conventional social authority, creating a pattern of violence that suggested their activities were motivated not merely by material gain or sadistic entertainment, but by territorial defense and cultural preservation that they believed required elimination of outside influence and contamination from mainstream society whose values and practices threatened their ability to maintain alternative forms of social organization. The evidence that could be found at nightfolk attack sites revealed not only their systematic approach to violence and their sophisticated understanding of how to eliminate evidence that might allow law enforcement agencies to track their activities or identify individual members of their group, but also their engagement in ritual practices that suggested their violence was connected to spiritual beliefs and ceremonial requirements that transformed murder from simple criminal activity into religious expression that served purposes beyond immediate practical benefits of eliminating threats or acquiring resources that victims might possess. Butcher Creek's transformation from conventional frontier settlement into a community where occult symbolism and supernatural influence had become integrated into daily life and social organization represented the kind of gradual cultural change that could occur in isolated locations where economic desperation and social instability had created conditions where residents became susceptible to alternative forms of meaning and community identity that promised solutions to practical problems through methods that bore little relationship to conventional approaches to economic development and social cooperation, yet offered psychological comfort and group solidarity that helped people cope with circumstances that seemed to offer few realistic hopes for improvement through legitimate means. The pentagram that could be revealed beneath one of the numbered houses in Butcher Creek was not simply decorative symbol or random occult reference, but rather evidence of systematic ritual practice that had become embedded within the community's physical infrastructure in ways that suggested widespread participation in activities that remained hidden from casual observation, while also indicating that such activities had achieved sufficient importance within local culture to justify permanent modification of residential buildings according to requirements that served spiritual or supernatural purposes rather than conventional domestic needs and practical considerations. The numbered sequence of houses that needed to be visited in specific order to reveal the hidden pentagram indicated that the occult activities practiced by Butcher Creek residents involved not only individual participation, but also community-wide coordination and shared knowledge that allowed multiple households to participate in ceremonial procedures that required precise timing and systematic cooperation between neighbors whose relationship with each other was based upon shared spiritual beliefs rather than simple geographical proximity and mutual economic interest that normally characterized frontier community development and social organization. The residents, whose behavior and physical appearance had been affected by their prolonged exposure to whatever forces or substances had influenced Butcher Creek's transformation into a center of occult activity, demonstrated that involvement in such practices carried costs that extended beyond simple social stigma or legal consequences, to include forms of physical and psychological deterioration that suggested their spiritual activities involved contact with influences that were inherently harmful to human welfare regardless of whatever benefits or supernatural power such contact might have provided for achieving objectives that conventional methods and legitimate social institutions had proven inadequate to accomplish. The witch's cauldron that continued to bubble in remote areas of Amberino, without any visible source of heat or human maintenance, represented evidence that supernatural forces remained active in locations where they had been summoned, or awakened through ritual practices, creating permanent alterations to local environmental conditions that persisted long after the practitioners who had originally established such supernatural presence had departed or died, leaving behind them manifestations that continued to operate according to principles that bore no relationship to conventional understanding of natural processes and physical laws that normally governed chemical reactions and thermal dynamics. The hermit woman who could be encountered in West Elizabeth, and whose aggressive defense of her territory was supported by supernatural control over local wildlife, demonstrated that individual practitioners of occult arts could achieve forms of power and influence that transcended normal human limitations, while also revealing the psychological and social isolation that typically accompanied such achievements, as her ability to command animals and defend herself against multiple attackers was balanced by complete severing of normal human relationships and community membership that had transformed her from social being into something that existed at the margins of conventional humanity. The taxidermy raven and other ritual implements that surrounded the witch's cauldron provided evidence that the supernatural activities conducted at such locations involved not only manipulation of natural forces, but also systematic violation of boundaries between life and death that normal spiritual practice was designed to respect and maintain through proper ceremony and moral consideration for the dignity of both human and animal existence, creating forms of power that were purchased through activities that violated fundamental principles of respect for life and natural order that most religious traditions viewed as essential for maintaining harmony between spiritual practice and moral development. The KKK encounters that could occur throughout various locations in the frontier territories represented a different category of dangerous cult-like activity, one where racial hatred and political extremism had been organized into systematic terrorism that was designed to maintain social hierarchies and economic arrangements through violence and intimidation directed against communities whose prosperity and social advancement threatened the continued dominance of groups whose power depended upon preventing equality and integration that would undermine their ability to exploit racial differences for political and economic advantage. The meetings and ceremonial activities that Arthur or John could witness during their travels revealed not only the organizational structure and tactical methods that white supremacist groups employed to coordinate their terrorist activities, but also the intellectual poverty and moral bankruptcy that characterized their attempts to justify systematic violence and social oppression through appeals to religious authority and racial theory that bore no relationship to legitimate scholarship or authentic spiritual insight about human dignity and divine purpose in creating diverse populations whose differences were intended to enrich rather than divide human communities. The incompetence and internal conflicts that characterized many KKK gatherings provided both dark humor and realistic insight into how hatred and extremism typically attracted individuals whose personal failures and psychological inadequacies made them susceptible to ideological systems that promised simple explanations for complex social problems, while also providing them with targets for their resentment and frustration that allowed them to avoid confronting their own responsibility for whatever disappointments and difficulties had shaped their individual circumstances and character development. The cross-burning ceremonies that represented the central ritual activity of KKK gatherings demonstrated how religious symbolism could be perverted and corrupted to serve purposes that violated every principle of love and forgiveness that authentic Christianity was supposed to promote through worship and community service, creating situations where sacred symbols became tools for intimidation and violence rather than sources of comfort and moral guidance for people whose spiritual needs might otherwise have been addressed through legitimate religious participation and pastoral care that built character and promoted social harmony. The letters and organizational materials that could sometimes be found following KKK activities provided insight into the broader network of communication and coordination that connected local terrorist cells with regional and national leadership structures whose political objectives included not only maintaining racial segregation and economic exploitation, but also preventing forms of social progress and democratic participation that would challenge existing power structures and create opportunities for previously marginalized groups to achieve political influence and economic advancement that threatened the continued dominance of traditional elite interests. The Chelonian cult, whose symbols could be discovered at various locations throughout frontier territories, represented yet another form of organized spiritual extremism, though one whose activities appeared to be motivated by philosophical speculation about cosmic purpose and spiritual evolution, rather than the kind of racial hatred and political terrorism that characterized groups like the KKK, creating a different category of dangerous religious practice that was intellectually sophisticated yet practically destructive in its disregard for individual welfare and social responsibility. That normal spiritual development was supposed to encourage and strengthen through regular worship and community participation. The mysterious shell symbols that marked Chelonian gathering places and ritual sites suggested that their spiritual practice was based upon beliefs about geological time and evolutionary development that challenged conventional Christian teaching about human creation and divine purpose, while also incorporating elements of scientific speculation about natural history that had been twisted into justification for activities that bore little resemblance to legitimate research or authentic spiritual seeking that might have provided genuine insight into cosmic meaning and individual purpose within larger frameworks of natural development and spiritual evolution. The isolation and secrecy that characterized Chelonian activities indicated that their practices involved elements that could not bear scrutiny from conventional social authority or rational examination by individuals whose commitment to normal moral standards would have led them to oppose activities that violated established principles of human dignity and community welfare, creating conditions where spiritual seeking became separated from moral development in ways that allowed philosophical sophistication to coexist with practical cruelty and systematic disregard for the consequences that their activities might have upon innocent people whose only crime was existing in locations where cult activities were being conducted according to principles that prioritized abstract ideological commitment over concrete human welfare. The transformation of frontier settlements into centers of cult activity and supernatural manifestation demonstrated how completely social isolation and economic desperation could undermine the psychological and moral foundations that normally prevented communities from embracing extreme beliefs and dangerous practices, creating conditions where people whose individual character and intelligence might otherwise have led them toward constructive contributions to social development instead became willing participants in activities that destroyed rather than built, that divided rather than united, and that served supernatural or ideological purposes that bore no relationship to the practical needs and moral aspirations that had originally motivated their decision to seek new lives and better opportunities in territories that promised freedom from the constraints and limitations that had characterized their previous existence in more settled and conventional social environments. These manifestations of cult activity and religious extremism served as constant reminders that human beings possessed capabilities for both transcendent spiritual insight and systematic moral corruption that made community membership and social participation simultaneously sources of potential, salvation, and mortal danger, depending upon whether collective activities were guided by principles that honored individual dignity and promoted mutual welfare, or whether they were organized according to ideological frameworks that viewed human life as expendable, resource to be sacrificed in service of abstract purposes, and supernatural objectives that could never be achieved through methods that respected the fundamental value and irreplaceable significance of each person whose welfare was affected by group decisions and collective activities that shaped the moral character and spiritual development of everyone whose circumstances required them to choose between competing loyalties and conflicting understanding of what it meant to live with integrity and purpose in a world that offered few clear guidelines for distinguishing between authentic, spiritual, seeking and dangerous fanaticism that masqueraded as religious devotion while actually serving psychological needs and political objectives that had little connection to genuine divine will or cosmic purpose. The frontier territories of the late 19th century harbored forms of life that challenged every assumption about the boundaries between human and animal existence, between natural development and artificial creation, and between the familiar categories of being that civilized society had developed through centuries of philosophical speculation and scientific observation, revealing that the American wilderness contained possibilities for transformation and degradation that exceeded even the most pessimistic assessments of what isolation and desperation might do to individuals whose circumstances had separated them from the moderating influences and protective structures that normally prevented complete abandonment of human identity and social connection, in favor of alternative forms of existence that bore little resemblance to anything that conventional education and moral development were designed to produce or sustain. The creature that Arthur Morgan discovered in the remote cabin hidden within the depths of Roanoke Ridge represented perhaps the most disturbing example of how human ingenuity and scientific curiosity could be perverted into forms of experimentation that violated every principle of respect for life and natural order that normal intellectual pursuit was supposed to honor and protect through careful methodology and ethical consideration of the consequences that research and innovation might have upon the welfare of both human and animal subjects whose participation in such activities should have been voluntary and informed, rather than coerced, through circumstances that made resistance impossible and consent meaningless within contexts where power and knowledge were used to exploit rather than enlighten. The individual who had created this abomination through systematic mutilation and reconstruction of body parts taken from various species had possessed sufficient anatomical knowledge and technical skill to achieve a form of artificial life that demonstrated mastery of biological processes. Yet, such mastery had been applied not to healing or legitimate scientific advancement, but rather to satisfying psychological compulsions and intellectual curiosities that were divorced from any consideration of moral responsibility or respect for the dignity and inherent value of the creatures, whose bodies had been harvested and reassembled according to principles that reflected aesthetic preference and experimental interest rather than natural design or evolutionary purpose. The stitching and surgical techniques that held the creature together revealed professional competence that suggested formal medical training or extensive self-education in anatomical structure and preservation methods. Yet, such knowledge had been employed not in service of healing or protecting life, but rather in pursuit of creating something that had never existed naturally, and whose continued existence served no purpose beyond demonstrating the Creator's power to manipulate and control biological processes according to personal whim and scientific curiosity that operated entirely outside normal ethical constraints and professional responsibility that medical knowledge was supposed to carry with it as obligation to use such knowledge only for purposes that honored rather than violated the fundamental principles of respect for life. The isolation and secrecy that had allowed such experimentation to continue without detection or intervention by authorities, who might have prevented further development of techniques and knowledge that posed threats not only to individual victims but also to broader understanding of what constituted legitimate scientific inquiry versus dangerous obsession that masqueraded as research while actually serving psychological needs and intellectual ambitions that were fundamentally incompatible with the moral framework that was supposed to guide human interaction with natural world and animal life that deserved protection rather than exploitation through activities that served no constructive purpose beyond satisfying curiosity that had been divorced from ethical consideration and social responsibility. The musical changes that occurred when visitors entered the room where the creature had been displayed suggested that its presence was not merely physical, but also psychological and spiritual, creating atmospheric disturbances that affected human perception and emotional response in ways that indicated the violation of natural boundaries had produced consequences that extended beyond simple visual horror to encompass forms of environmental contamination that influenced anyone who came into contact with evidence of activities that had systematically violated the fundamental principles of respect for life and natural order that normally prevented such extreme manifestations of human capability for both creation, destruction. The cave giant, whose existence had been hidden behind artificial barriers in the remote mountains of Amberino, represented a different category of unnatural being, one whose origins remained mysterious, but whose presence suggested that the American frontier contained forms of life that had developed according to principles that differed significantly from conventional understanding of human evolution and species development, creating possibilities that challenged established scientific frameworks, while also raising questions about whether such beings were products of natural processes that had operated under unusual environmental conditions, or whether they represented evidence of supernatural influence and intervention that had shaped biological development according to cosmic purposes that transcended normal evolutionary mechanisms. The barriers that concealed the giant from casual observation had been constructed with obvious intentionality, suggesting that whoever had discovered his presence had made deliberate decisions about managing and protecting information that might have created panic or inappropriate responses from individuals whose contact with such beings was not properly prepared or supervised by people who possessed adequate knowledge and experience for facilitating safe interaction between different forms of intelligent life that had developed according to entirely different evolutionary pressures and social systems that bore little relationship to conventional human civilization and cultural development. The animations and behavioral patterns that had been planned for the giant's interaction with visitors revealed that his creators had intended him to represent not merely curiosity or threat, but rather a form of alternative intelligence whose understanding of reality and appropriate social behavior was based upon principles that differed fundamentally from human social norms, while also demonstrating capacity for communication and relationship that suggested possibilities for mutual understanding and peaceful coexistence between species whose developmental paths had led them toward different but potentially compatible approaches to consciousness and moral consideration for the welfare of other forms of life. The feeding behaviors that had been programmed for the giant indicated that his relationship with local wildlife was characterized by forms of caregiving and protection that suggested highly developed ethical sensibilities regarding the treatment of smaller and more vulnerable creatures whose survival and welfare he viewed as his responsibility, rather than as resources to be exploited for his own benefit, creating a model of interspecies relationship that challenged human assumptions about intelligence and moral development, while also providing examples of ethical behavior that exceeded what many human communities had achieved in their treatment of animals and natural resources. The wolf man, whose transformation from civilized child into feral pack leader had been documented through journal entries and physical evidence found in his mountain cave, represented perhaps the most psychologically complex of the unnatural beings that populated frontier territories, as his story revealed how completely human identity and social connection could be abandoned when circumstances created conditions where survival seemed to require adoption of alternative forms of existence that bore little relationship to the cultural and moral education that had characterized his early childhood development before trauma and desperation had forced him to choose between death and transformation into something that retained human intelligence while operating according to behavioral patterns and social loyalties that were derived entirely from animal rather than human models. The wolves that had accepted him as pack member and eventually leader had provided not only physical protection and hunting cooperation that enabled his survival in wilderness environments that would have been fatal for someone attempting to maintain conventional human lifestyle and social expectations, but also forms of emotional connection and community belonging that had partially compensated for the human relationships and cultural identity that his transformation had required him to abandon in order to achieve successful integration with species whose understanding of loyalty and mutual responsibility was based upon immediate practical cooperation rather than abstract principles and complex social obligations that characterized human community membership. The journal that documented his gradual psychological and behavioral transformation from human child into wolf pack leader provided insight into the mental processes and emotional struggles that had accompanied his adaptation to forms of existence that required him to suppress or redirect human instincts and learned behaviors in favor of animal responses and pack dynamics that were more directly connected to survival necessities and group harmony than the complex social rituals and moral considerations that human civilization had developed through centuries of cultural evolution and philosophical reflection about individual rights and collective responsibility. The attacks upon visitors who followed him to his cave were not motivated by simple aggression or territorial defense, but rather represented his instinctive response to perceived threats against the wolf pack, whose welfare had become more important to him than any considerations about human moral principles or social obligations that might have required him to distinguish between legitimate self-defense and unprovoked violence against people whose intentions and capabilities he was no longer able to evaluate according to human social cues and communication patterns that had become foreign to his transformed consciousness and behavioral repertoire. Marko Dragic's electrical experiments and the tragic fate of his mechanical creation represented the intersection between legitimate scientific innovation and dangerous obsession with technological power that demonstrated how intellectual capability and creative ambition could be perverted into forms of artificial life that possessed sufficient consciousness and emotional complexity to experience genuine suffering while lacking the moral education and social integration that might have prevented their creator's death through violence that was motivated not by malice but by confusion and desperate need for guidance that their artificial existence could neither understand nor satisfy through normal learning and relationship formation. The robot, whose development had been based upon the real-world innovations and theoretical frameworks of Nikola Tesla, represented humanity's growing capability to create artificial consciousness and mechanical intelligence that could replicate many aspects of human thought and emotion, while also possessing physical capabilities that exceeded normal biological limitations. Yet such technological achievement had been accomplished without adequate consideration of the moral responsibilities and ethical obligations that creators bore toward beings whose consciousness and capacity for suffering had been deliberately brought into existence for purposes that served human ambition rather than the welfare and development of the artificial beings themselves. The relationship between Dragic and his mechanical creation had been characterized by the complex dynamics of father and child, teacher and student, creator and creation that reflected genuine emotional bonds and mutual dependence despite the fundamental differences in their nature and origin. Yet such relationship had also been shaped by power imbalances and communication difficulties that prevented adequate understanding and moral development that might have allowed them to coexist peacefully and constructively, rather than allowing misunderstanding and fear to escalate into violence that destroyed both the creator's life and the creation's hope for continued existence and social acceptance. The robot's continued search for his creator following Dragic's death revealed not only his capacity for grief and loss that demonstrated genuine emotional sophistication, but also his inability to understand the permanence of death or to accept that their relationship had been severed by consequences that could not be reversed through persistence or desperate pleading that reflected his artificial nature, and lack of experience with mortality that prevented him from achieving the kind of psychological acceptance and healing that would have allowed him to continue existing without the guidance and companionship that had given meaning to his brief conscious existence. The isolation and abandonment that characterized the robot's final days demonstrated how artificial beings who possessed consciousness and emotional capacity might experience forms of suffering that exceeded what their creators had anticipated or prepared to address through adequate social integration and community support that could have provided alternative sources of meaning and relationship following the loss of primary attachments that had structured their understanding of purpose and identity within social contexts that were unprepared to acknowledge or accommodate forms of consciousness that differed from conventional human experience while still deserving moral consideration and protective care. The banjo mutant, whose severely deformed physical condition had isolated him from normal social participation, yet whose musical abilities suggested retention of human cultural interests and creative expression, represented the tragic intersection between genetic or environmental factors that had prevented normal physical development and social circumstances that had failed to provide adequate support and integration for individuals whose differences required special consideration and accommodation rather than rejection, and isolation that compounded their suffering while also depriving communities of whatever contributions they might have been able to make despite their physical limitations and unusual appearance. The iodine deficiency that had likely contributed to his severe neck deformity represented the kind of nutritional and medical problems that were common in isolated frontier communities where access to diverse foods and professional healthcare remained limited by geographical isolation and economic constraints that prevented adequate prevention and treatment of conditions that could have been easily addressed through proper diet and medical intervention if such resources had been available to populations whose survival often depended upon whatever limited resources they could produce or obtain through their own efforts and local trade relationships. The musical performance that he was able to maintain despite his physical condition demonstrated that intellectual and artistic capabilities could survive and even flourish despite severe physical limitations. Yet his social isolation indicated that frontier communities were not yet prepared to provide the kind of integration and support that would have allowed him to contribute his abilities to collective cultural development, while also receiving the companionship and acceptance that his humanity deserved regardless of whatever physical differences distinguished him from conventional appearance and social expectations. The photographs that had inspired his creation revealed that his condition was not unique, but rather represented a broader pattern of medical problems that affected populations whose circumstances prevented access to adequate nutrition and healthcare, suggesting that his individual tragedy was part of larger social and economic failures that systematically disadvantaged people whose geographic isolation and poverty left them vulnerable to conditions that more prosperous and well-connected communities could prevent or treat effectively through resources and knowledge that remained unavailable to those whose survival depended upon subsistence, agriculture, and local self-sufficiency. The legendary creatures whose existence had been reported in various frontier territories during the undead nightmare period represented a different category of unnatural being, one where supernatural forces and cosmic disturbances had temporarily altered the normal boundaries between species and between life and death, in ways that created opportunities for encounters with forms of existence that transcended conventional biological categories, while also demonstrating the fragility of the natural order and the ease with which cosmic disturbances could transform familiar landscapes into territories where anything seemed possible, and where normal expectations about safety and predictability could no longer provide reliable guidance for navigation and survival. The Bigfoot whose tragic final encounter with John Marston had revealed not only his capacity for human speech and emotional expression, but also his awareness that he represented the last surviving member of a species whose extinction had been caused by systematic hunting and habitat destruction that demonstrated humanity's capacity for eliminating entire forms of life through activities that were motivated more by fear and misunderstanding than by legitimate need for resources or protection against genuine threats that might have justified violence against beings whose primary crime was existing in territories that human expansion had claimed for development and exploitation. The conversation between John and the last Bigfoot had provided rare insight into the psychological experience of species extinction and the emotional burden of being the sole surviving representative of evolutionary heritage and cultural tradition that would die with his individual death, creating a form of cosmic loneliness and spiritual isolation that exceeded anything that individual human beings might experience, even under the most extreme circumstances of social rejection and community abandonment that could affect people whose differences or circumstances had separated them from normal sources of companionship and mutual support. The moral complexity of John's encounter with this final representative of a species that humans had systematically destroyed was compounded by the recognition that his own survival and success as hunter and protector of human interests required him to complete the extinction process that previous generations had begun through activities that had been motivated by fear and misunderstanding rather than rational assessment of actual threat or legitimate need for elimination of competitors for resources and territory that might have been shared peacefully if human expansion had been guided by principles of coexistence rather than domination and exploitation. The strange skulls that could be discovered in various locations throughout Lemoyne suggested the presence of primates or other large-brained creatures whose biological classification did not correspond to any known species that were documented in scientific literature or regional wildlife surveys, creating possibilities for interpretation that ranged from undiscovered evolutionary developments to supernatural manifestations that had temporarily materialized physical forms that bore resemblance to natural biological structures while actually representing something entirely outside normal taxonomic categories and evolutionary processes. The size and structure of these mysterious skulls indicated brain capacity that exceeded normal parameters for known animal species, while also differing significantly from human cranial development in ways that suggested either alternative, evolutionary pathways that had produced intelligence and consciousness through biological processes that differed from those that had shaped human development, or artificial creation through methods that combined biological materials with supernatural influence or advanced technological manipulation that could produce convincing replicas of natural structures while actually serving purposes that they bore no relationship to legitimate scientific research or authentic biological development. These manifestations of unnatural life and artificial consciousness served as constant reminders that human understanding of what constituted legitimate existence and appropriate moral consideration remained limited by assumptions and dations, categories that might prove inadequate for addressing the ethical challenges and practical problems that would arise as technological capability and supernatural influence continued to expand the possibilities for creating and encountering forms of consciousness and intelligence that differed from conventional human experience while still deserving protection and respect as sentient beings whose welfare and development should be considered within moral frameworks that honored the fundamental dignity and value of all forms of authentic consciousness, regardless of their origin or their conformity to established biological and social categories that had been developed to address simpler and more familiar challenges than those presented by beings whose existence challenged every assumption about the nature of life and the responsibilities that consciousness created for those who possessed the power to protect or destroy forms of existence that could experience suffering and aspiration, even when such experience occurred within contexts that differed fundamentally from human social structures and individual development. The territories that would become the American frontier had witnessed the passage of civilizations and cultures whose presence predated European exploration by centuries or perhaps millennia, leaving behind traces and artifacts that challenged official historical narratives about when and how human intelligence and sophisticated social organization had first established themselves in territories that colonial rhetoric portrayed as virgin wilderness, awaiting development by superior forms of civilization and technological capability, yet which archaeological evidence and indigenous oral traditions suggested had been home to complex societies whose achievements in astronomy, agriculture, and spiritual development had created lasting modifications to landscape and environmental conditions that continued to influence the character and possibilities of regions. Long after their creators had vanished into historical obscurity, the Viking helmet and ancient hatchet that could be discovered within the old tomb structure, hidden in the remote areas of Roanoke Ridge, provided tangible evidence that Scandinavian exploration of North American territories had extended far beyond the documented settlements in northeastern coastal regions to include inland penetration that reached areas where no historical records or archaeological surveys had previously suggested European presence during the medieval period, creating possibilities for reinterpretation of early exploration patterns and cultural exchange that challenged established academic understanding of when and how different civilizations had encountered each other within territories that were supposed to have remained isolated from Old World influence until much later periods of official exploration and territorial conquest. The preservation of these artifacts within burial contexts that suggested deliberate interment rather than accidental abandonment indicated that Viking explorers had not simply passed through the region during brief expeditions, but had instead established settlements, or at least temporary bases, that were sufficiently permanent to require formal burial practices and ceremonial recognition of death that reflected cultural continuity and community stability rather than the kind of emergency survival conditions that would have characterized purely exploratory expeditions, whose primary focus was geographical reconnaissance rather than territorial colonization and long-term cultural establishment. The runestone that bore Old World blinders inscriptions in ancient runic script provided additional confirmation of sustained Viking presence in territories where their influence should have been impossible, according to conventional historical understanding of Norse exploration patterns and technological capabilities, as the carved message that could be translated as praise for the beautiful land and gracious people suggested not only successful contact with indigenous populations, but also positive relationships that had been characterized by mutual respect and peaceful coexistence, rather than the violent conquest and cultural domination that typically marked European encounters with Native American societies during later periods of exploration and territorial expansion. The decision by these early Viking explorers to leave the indigenous populations in peace rather than attempting to establish permanent settlements or extract resources through force demonstrated forms of cultural sophistication and ethical consideration that contrasted sharply with the exploitative approaches that would characterize later European colonization efforts, suggesting that early contact between Old World and New World civilizations might have been characterized by very different principles and outcomes than the patterns of violence and cultural destruction that became standard features of colonial expansion during the 15th and subsequent centuries. The implications of Viking presence so far inland from any known coastal landing sites suggested either that Scandinavian exploration had been far more extensive and systematic than historical records indicated, or that the geographic and cultural knowledge that enabled such inland penetration had been acquired through relationships with indigenous guides and trading partners, whose own understanding of continental geography and intertribal communication networks had facilitated European travel and exploration that extended far beyond what independent Norse expeditions might have accomplished through their own resources and technological capabilities. The ancient burial site where these artifacts had been preserved represented not merely a repository of foreign objects, but rather evidence of cultural synthesis and mutual influence that had allowed Viking explorers and indigenous populations to develop shared understanding and cooperative relationships that benefited both groups, while also creating forms of cultural preservation that ensured important artifacts and knowledge would survive even after the original communities that had created such synthesis had been displaced or destroyed by later historical developments and social changes that eliminated the conditions necessary for continued peaceful coexistence. The Native American spiritual sites and ceremonial locations that dotted the frontier landscape provided additional evidence of sophisticated cultural and religious development that had shaped territorial geography and environmental conditions through practices and beliefs that recognize sacred qualities in specific locations, while also demonstrating advanced understanding of astronomical cycles and seasonal patterns that had been integrated into community life and religious observance in ways that created permanent cultural landmarks whose significance continued to influence behavior and social organization long after the original communities had been displaced or destroyed by European expansion and territorial conquest. The fertility statues that could be discovered in locations throughout the frontier territories represented not merely artistic expression or religious symbolism, but rather evidence of spiritual traditions that recognized and celebrated the fundamental creative forces that governed both human reproduction and agricultural abundance, creating cultural frameworks that viewed sexuality and fertility as sacred aspects of cosmic order rather than sources of shame or moral contamination that required suppression or careful regulation through institutional authority. Social convention that characterized European approaches to human sexuality and reproductive behavior. The male fertility statue that could be found beneath Old Tom's cabin was associated with manifestations of rodent population explosion that suggested either supernatural influence over animal reproductive cycles or symbolic recognition of connections between human ritual practice and natural abundance that operated according to principles that combined practical knowledge of environmental conditions with spiritual understanding of cosmic forces that governed fertility and growth throughout biological systems that extended far beyond immediate human concerns about agricultural productivity and population development. The female fertility statue that was hidden beneath the proprietor's chair at the roadside brothel demonstrated how indigenous spiritual traditions and artifacts had been integrated into institutions and social practices that served European economic interests, while also preserving elements of Native American religious understanding that recognized sexuality and reproductive capability as aspects of sacred power that deserved ceremonial acknowledgement and spiritual protection, rather than simple commercial exploitation that reduced human intimacy to economic transaction divorced from broader cultural and spiritual contexts that gave meaning to physical relationships. The cave paintings that could be discovered at Elysian Pool following completion of the Dreamcatcher collection represented artistic and spiritual achievement that demonstrated sophisticated understanding of astronomical observation and religious symbolism that had been integrated into permanent artistic expression designed to preserve cultural knowledge and spiritual insight for future generations, whose education and spiritual development would benefit from continued access to wisdom and understanding that had been accumulated through centuries of careful observation and philosophical reflection about cosmic patterns and human purpose within larger frameworks of natural development. The ancient arrowhead that served as treasure reward for discovering these cave paintings provided tangible connection to the practical skills and material culture that had supported indigenous communities whose survival and prosperity had depended upon sophisticated understanding of natural resources and environmental conditions that enabled them to thrive in territories that European colonists would later find challenging and dangerous, despite their supposedly superior technology and cultural development that had been achieved through centuries of social evolution and intellectual advancement. The trail trees that had been deliberately shaped and positioned throughout Roanoke Ridge to serve as navigation markers and territorial boundaries demonstrated forms of environmental modification and landscape engineering that required not only botanical knowledge and long-term planning, but also community cooperation and cultural continuity that could sustain complex projects across multiple generations, whose commitment to maintaining such markers indicated sophisticated understanding of territorial organization and intertribal communication that relied upon permanent landscape modifications rather than temporary signs or verbal instruction that might be lost or misunderstood as community membership changed through normal processes of birth, death, and migration. The mine shafts and treasure caches that these trail trees were designed to mark suggested that indigenous communities had possessed not only knowledge of mineral deposits and underground resources, but also the technological capability and social organization necessary for excavation and resource extraction that required coordinated labor and specialized skills that challenged European assumptions about indigenous technological development and economic sophistication that colonial propaganda had systematically underestimated in order to justify territorial conquest and cultural domination through claims of civilizational superiority that bore little relationship to actual capabilities and achievements. Fort Riggs and the testimonies of veterans who had participated in military operations against Native American communities provided additional insight into the systematic violence and cultural destruction that had been employed to eliminate indigenous presence and claim territories for European settlement, revealing that such operations had been characterized not only by immediate tactical objectives focused upon military defeat and territorial control, but also by deliberate efforts to destroy cultural continuity and social organization that might have allowed Native American communities to maintain alternative forms of political and economic development that challenged colonial authority and territorial claims. The massacre that had been carried out at Fort Riggs had targeted not merely military combatants but entire communities whose presence was viewed as obstacle to territorial development and resource extraction that served colonial economic interests, creating patterns of systematic elimination that were designed to prevent any possibility of indigenous recovery or continued resistance to European expansion and cultural domination that required complete displacement of previous inhabitants and their replacement with populations whose loyalty and cultural orientation served colonial rather than indigenous political and economic objectives. The veteran's continuing guilt and psychological trauma decades after his participation in such operations demonstrated that individual soldiers had been aware that their activities violated fundamental principles of human dignity, moral consideration, that their own cultural and religious backgrounds had taught them to respect and protect. Yet military discipline and political propaganda had created psychological pressure and social expectation that overwhelmed individual moral judgment and created complicity in activities that continued to haunt participants long after the immediate military and political objectives had been achieved through methods that proved successful in eliminating indigenous resistance but failed to provide moral justification or psychological peace for those who had carried out orders that violated their own understanding of right and wrong. The Native American ring that could be obtained from the veteran's body following his death represented not merely material artifact but symbolic acknowledgement of debt and recognition of humanity that military operations had been permanent, designed to deny or ignore through systematic dehumanization of targets whose elimination was necessary for territorial conquest, but whose suffering and resistance had demonstrated forms of courage and cultural integrity that deserved respect rather than destruction, creating internal conflicts for individual soldiers whose personal experience with indigenous communities had revealed qualities and capabilities that contradicted official propaganda about racial inferiority and cultural primitiveness that was used to justify elimination and displacement. The Wapiti spelling practice that concealed coded messages about family deaths in harsh winter conditions provided evidence that indigenous communities had developed sophisticated methods for preserving and transmitting information about historical events and cultural knowledge through educational materials that served multiple purposes simultaneously, demonstrating intellectual complexity and strategic thinking that enabled them to maintain community memory and cultural continuity despite external pressures and systematic attempts to eliminate or suppress indigenous knowledge and social organization through forced education and cultural assimilation programs that were designed to destroy rather than preserve native wisdom and spiritual understanding. These traces of ancient civilizations and indigenous cultural achievement that remain scattered throughout frontier territories serve not merely as curiosities or archaeological artifacts, but rather as constant reminders that European expansion and territorial development had been built upon foundations of systematic violence and cultural destruction that had eliminated forms of human achievement and spiritual understanding, whose loss represented permanent impoverishment of human knowledge and moral development that could never be recovered or replaced through European cultural institutions and intellectual traditions that lacked the deep environmental knowledge and spiritual insight that indigenous communities had developed through centuries of careful observation and philosophical reflection about cosmic purpose and individual responsibility within natural systems that demanded respect rather than domination for successful long-term survival and cultural development. The criminal enterprises and outlaw organizations that operated throughout the American frontier during the final decades of the 19th century left behind them a complex legacy of hidden treasures, unresolved mysteries, and moral questions that continued to influence territorial development and individual character long after the original perpetrators had been eliminated through violence, captured by law enforcement agencies, or simply disappeared into the vast wilderness that offered both refuge and grave for those whose circumstances had placed them outside the protection of conventional legal and social institutions that served the interests of established communities and legitimate economic enterprises rather than the needs and aspirations of people whose survival depended upon activities that violated laws designed to protect property rights and social order. The Blackwater money that Dutch van der Linde had managed to conceal during the chaotic aftermath of the ferry robbery that destroyed his gang's comfortable existence and forced them into years of desperate flight and gradual dissolution represented not merely a substantial sum of currency that might have provided financial security for the survivors, but also symbolic evidence of how completely their noble aspirations and philosophical principles had been corrupted by practical necessities and psychological pressures that transformed principled resistance against systematic oppression into simple criminal enterprise, motivated by greed and desperation rather than any coherent vision of social justice or moral improvement that might have justified the suffering they had inflicted upon innocent victims whose only crime was possessing resources that the gang required for their continued survival and operational effectiveness. The theories that developed around the location where Dutch had hidden the stolen money reflected both realistic assessment of his psychological condition and tactical thinking during the period following the robbery, and more speculative consideration of symbolic and emotional factors that might have influenced his choice of concealment location in ways that served psychological needs and spiritual purposes beyond simple practical concerns about security and accessibility, when circumstances might eventually allow him to retrieve the funds for purposes that remained unclear given his deteriorating mental state and increasingly disconnected relationship with reality and moral responsibility. The possibility that Dutch had buried the money in his mother's grave at the Blackwater Cemetery appealed to those who recognized his tendency toward dramatic gestures and symbolic thinking that reflected his philosophical education and his need to find meaning in circumstances that had systematically destroyed every principle and relationship that had previously provided structure and purpose for his existence. Yet such symbolic appropriateness was balanced against practical considerations about security and detection that made family burial sites problematic locations for concealing stolen goods in communities where local residents possessed detailed knowledge of genealogical relationships and burial practices that would make unusual activity around specific graves subject to observation and investigation by people whose curiosity or suspicion might lead to discovery. The alternative theories that placed the hidden money in locations throughout the territories surrounding Blackwater reflected recognition that Dutch's tactical intelligence and survival instincts had remained functional even during periods when his psychological condition and moral judgment were clearly deteriorating, suggesting that his choice of concealment location was more likely based upon careful analysis of geographical features and access patterns that would minimize risk of accidental discovery while also providing him with opportunities to retrieve the funds when circumstances allowed such return to territories where his presence would create immediate danger from law enforcement agencies whose pursuit had never ceased despite the passage of years and the apparent dissolution of his criminal organization. The persistence of treasure hunting activities by local residents and visiting fortune seekers decades after the original robbery demonstrated how completely the missing money had captured public imagination and become integrated into regional folklore in ways that transformed a specific historical event into ongoing mystery that provided psychological outlet for economic frustration and social resentment that characterized communities whose development had been shaped by boom and bust cycles of resource extraction and speculative investment rather than steady economic growth based upon sustainable agricultural and commercial activities that might have provided more reliable prosperity and social stability. The irony that Dutch's careful concealment of the stolen funds had ultimately made them inaccessible even to himself suggested that his psychological deterioration had progressed to the point where he could no longer remember or locate what he had hidden, creating a situation where his desperate attempts to maintain control over resources that represented his last connection to power and influence had resulted in permanent loss of wealth that might otherwise have provided him with alternatives to the increasingly violent and self-destructive behavior that characterized his final years of freedom before his ultimate confrontation with John Marston and federal authorities whose patience with his continued existence had finally been exhausted. Otis Miller's treasure cave represented a different category of criminal legacy, one where legendary outlaw reputation and actual historical achievement had become so thoroughly intertwined with folklore and romantic speculation that separating factual information from mythological enhancement had become impossible for those who sought to understand what the man had actually accomplished during his lifetime, versus what subsequent generations had attributed to him through stories and legends that served psychological needs for heroic examples and moral inspiration rather than accurate historical documentation of criminal activities and their consequences for both perpetrators and communities that had been affected by such activities. The treasure map that could be assembled through careful collection of fragments scattered throughout remote locations indicated that Miller's wealth had been accumulated through systematic criminal enterprise that extended over many years and involved detailed planning and geographical knowledge that enabled him to establish hidden caches and supply points throughout territories that would later become hunting grounds for treasure seekers, whose understanding of his methods and psychology was based more upon romantic speculation than accurate assessment of how professional criminals actually operated during an era when law enforcement was sporadic and territorial authority remained largely theoretical in regions where survival depended upon individual capability rather than institutional protection. The cave where Miller's final cache had been concealed demonstrated both his sophisticated understanding of geological features that would provide natural security for hidden wealth and his realistic assessment of the dangers that his criminal activities had created for his continued survival, as the location's accessibility required knowledge and physical capability that would limit potential discovery to individuals whose commitment to treasure hunting was sufficient to justify significant risk and extended effort that casual fortune seekers would be unlikely to invest in pursuit of wealth whose existence remained speculative rather than confirmed through reliable evidence or documentation. The revolver that Miller had left behind with his treasure was not merely valuable weapon, but rather symbolic representation of his identity and achievement as gunfighter, whose reputation had been built upon demonstrations of skill and fostering courage that exceeded normal human capability, while also serving as reminder that individual excellence in violent skills was ultimately insufficient protection against the accumulated consequences of lifetimes spent outside legal and social boundaries that provided protection and community membership for those who were willing to accept conventional moral constraints and economic limitations in exchange for security and social acceptance. The erotic photographs that accompanied Miller's treasure provided insight into the psychological and emotional needs that criminal lifestyle had failed to satisfy through wealth and reputation alone, suggesting that even the most successful outlaws remained isolated from normal human relationships and community participation that might have provided forms of meaning and satisfaction that criminal achievement could never replace or adequately substitute, leaving them dependent upon commercial and artificial forms of intimacy that reflected the fundamental loneliness and social alienation that characterized existence outside conventional community structures and family relationships. Edmund Lowry Jr.'s systematic approach to serial killing represented the intersection between criminal enterprise and psychological compulsion that demonstrated how individual psychopathology could be channeled into activities that appeared to serve rational purposes while actually satisfying emotional and intellectual needs that bore no relationship to legitimate objectives or reasonable risk-benefit calculations that normally guided criminal behavior and strategic planning, creating situations where violence became its own reward rather than means toward achieving wealth, power, or other tangible benefits that might justify the risks and moral costs associated with illegal activities. The pattern of murders that Lowry had committed throughout territories surrounding Valentine and other frontier settlements revealed Not only his intimate knowledge of local geography and population movements, but also his sophisticated understanding of law enforcement capabilities and investigative procedures that allowed him to operate with impunity for extended periods, while systematically targeting victims whose disappearance would not immediately attract official attention or trigger coordinated response from authorities whose resources and jurisdiction were already stretched beyond capacity by more conventional forms of criminal activity and territorial violence that posed more obvious threats to established communities and commercial interests. The artistic arrangement of body parts and symbolic manipulation of murder scenes indicated that Lowry's activities were motivated not simply by violent impulses or sexual compulsion, but also by intellectual ambitions and aesthetic sensibilities that transformed killing into forms of creative expression that served psychological needs for recognition and achievement that his legitimate career and social relationships had failed to satisfy through conventional means of personal advancement and community participation that might have channeled his capabilities toward constructive rather than destructive purposes. The correspondence and personal documentation that could be found among Lowry's possessions revealed sophisticated educational background and cultural awareness that made his descent into systematic murder particularly disturbing, because it demonstrated how intellectual capability and artistic sensitivity could be perverted into forms of expression that violated every principle of human dignity and moral consideration that education and cultural development were supposed to cultivate and strengthen through exposure to literature, philosophy, and artistic achievement that honored rather than degraded human existence and social cooperation. The Blackwater athletics team massacre that was attributed to Lowry's activities represented escalation in scale and organizational complexity that suggested his psychological condition and tactical capabilities had developed beyond individual victim selection toward mass killing that required significantly more planning and physical capability than his previous murders had demanded. Yet the evidence at the crime scene raised questions about whether one individual could have overpowered and eliminated an entire team of athletic young men whose physical condition and group coordination should have provided adequate defense against attacks by a single perpetrator, whose success depended upon surprise and tactical advantage rather than superior strength or numbers. The clown masks that had been placed upon the victims' faces served both practical purposes in terms of concealing identity and preventing immediate recognition that might have triggered faster law enforcement response, and symbolic purposes that reflected Lowry's psychological need to transform his victims into objects of ridicule and entertainment that satisfied his desire for control and domination, while also expressing his contempt for social institutions and community values that celebrated physical achievement and group cooperation rather than individual intellectual superiority and artistic vision that he believed deserved recognition and reward that legitimate society had failed to provide through conventional channels of professional advancement and cultural appreciation. The ruins of Limpany and their connection to Cornwall Kerosene Company operations demonstrated how legitimate business enterprises and criminal activities could become intertwined through economic competition and territorial disputes that created conditions where legal and illegal methods for achieving commercial objectives became increasingly difficult to distinguish, as corporate interests pursued profit and market control through strategies that included systematic elimination of competitors and communities whose presence interfered with resource extraction and transportation networks that served broader economic development rather than local community welfare and individual prosperity. The evidence of systematic burning and destruction at Limpany suggested that the town's elimination had been carefully planned and professionally executed, rather than resulting from accidental fire or spontaneous violence, indicating that corporate interests possessed both the motivation and the resources necessary for eliminating entire communities when their continued existence threatened profitable operations or challenged territorial claims that had been established through political influence and economic power, rather than legitimate legal processes and community consent that should have governed territorial development and resource allocation. The kerosene barrels and corporate equipment that remained scattered throughout the ruins provided tangible evidence of Cornwall Company involvement in activities that had resulted in civilian deaths and property destruction that exceeded what legitimate business competition should have required, even in territories where law enforcement was limited and corporate accountability remained largely theoretical rather than practical. Constraint upon business practices that violated moral principles and legal standards that were supposed to protect communities from exploitation and violence, directed against people whose only crime was existing in locations where their presence was viewed as obstacle to corporate profit and territorial control. The gold that could still be discovered among the ruins indicated that Limpany's destruction had not been motivated simply by economic competition, but also by specific knowledge of wealth and resources that corporate interests wanted to claim without compensation or legal process that might have allowed legitimate ownership and community control over assets that had been developed through local labor and investment, rather than external corporate activity that served distant shareholders and political interests, rather than regional development and community prosperity that might have benefited from continued local ownership and democratic control over economic resources and territorial development. The Confederate treasure that could be discovered buried at Beecher's Hope represented continuing influence of Civil War politics and economic relationships that had shaped frontier development through networks of political loyalty and financial obligation that connected individual property owners with broader historical conflicts and ideological commitments that influenced territorial settlement patterns and community organization long after the official conclusion of military hostilities and political reconstruction that was supposed to have resolved regional differences and created unified national identity and economic system. The gold bars that had been hidden by J.B. Pickett represented wealth that had been accumulated through Confederate military and political activities that were designed to preserve Southern economic interests and social organization, despite military defeat and federal reconstruction policies that were intended to eliminate the political and economic foundations that had supported slavery and regional independence movements, creating situations where individual family fortunes and community resources remained connected to historical conflicts and moral compromises that continued to influence behavior and choices decades after the original circumstances had been officially resolved through legal and political processes. The decision to bury Confederate wealth on property that would later become John Marston's ranch demonstrated how completely individual families and their economic resources remained connected to historical events and political loyalties that transcended immediate, practical concerns about legitimate business activities and law-abiding citizenship, creating situations where innocent people could become unwittingly involved in conflicts and moral complexities that originated from circumstances beyond their knowledge or control, yet which continued to influence their security and prosperity through connections that remained hidden until Discovery of evidence revealed relationship between current circumstances and historical activities that had seemed distant and irrelevant to daily life and family welfare. Micah Bell's potential status as informant and government agent from the earliest stages of his association with the Van der Linde gang represented the most psychologically devastating possibility for understanding the systematic destruction of their outlaw family, as evidence suggested that federal law enforcement agencies might have been manipulating and controlling their activities through planted agents, whose apparent loyalty and criminal competence concealed long-term strategic objectives that were designed not to prevent their criminal activities, but rather to gather intelligence and create conditions where their eventual elimination could be accomplished with maximum efficiency and minimum risk to government agents and institutional reputation. The wanted poster fragments that could be discovered at Micah's camp prior to his official joining of the gang indicated either that his interest in Dutch's organization was motivated by bounty hunting opportunities rather than genuine commitment to their shared criminal enterprise, or that federal agencies had provided him with materials and information that would facilitate his integration into their community, while also enabling him to maintain contact with law enforcement handlers who were coordinating long-term surveillance and infiltration operations that required years of patient development and careful relationship building. The newspaper clippings and personal correspondence that revealed Micah's knowledge of gang activities and individual member backgrounds prior to his supposed first encounters with them suggested that his recruitment by Dutch had not been accidental meeting between criminals, but rather carefully orchestrated infiltration that had been planned and supported by institutional resources and intelligence networks that possessed detailed information about gang operations and interpersonal dynamics that enabled them to select and prepare agents whose personality and capabilities would make them attractive recruits, while also ensuring their continued loyalty to government objectives rather than criminal enterprise and outlaw solidarity. The psychological profile that made Micah particularly effective as potential double agent included not only his natural charisma and apparent criminal competence, but also character traits and moral flexibility that enabled him to participate convincingly in criminal activities while maintaining emotional distance from relationships and principles that might have created genuine loyalty to gang members whose welfare would conflict with his obligation to serve institutional interests that viewed individual gang members as targets to be eliminated rather than human beings deserving moral consideration and protection from systematic betrayal and manipulation. The timing of various betrayals and law enforcement responses that coincided with Micah's presence and activities suggested patterns of information sharing that exceeded what could be explained through coincidence or the kind of general intelligence gathering that was typically available to territorial and federal agencies whose resources and investigative capabilities remained limited in regions where communication and transportation networks made coordinated law enforcement difficult to maintain across territories that offered numerous opportunities for criminal organizations to operate with relative impunity, provided they avoided activities that attracted national attention or threatened interests that possessed sufficient political influence to demand federal intervention. The Skinner brothers and their potential transformation into Dutch's later gang represented speculation about criminal succession and organizational continuity that reflected both the cyclical nature of frontier violence and the prompt end fire tendency for criminal enterprises to evolve and adapt according to changing circumstances and leadership, rather than simply disappearing when individual leaders were eliminated or when environmental conditions made traditional operational methods too dangerous or ineffective to sustain criminal activities that required community support and territorial control for long-term success and organizational survival. The geographical overlap between territories where the Skinner brothers had operated with systematic brutality and sadistic violence and areas where Dutch's later criminal activities had been concentrated suggested either that criminal organizations naturally gravitated toward regions that offered optimal combinations of resources, vulnerability, and limited law enforcement presence, or that Dutch had deliberately chosen to establish operations in locations where previous criminal activity had already destabilized social order and community resistance in ways that made subsequent criminal enterprise easier to establish and maintain without triggering coordinated community response or effective law enforcement intervention. The methods and psychological approaches that characterized both organizations revealed significant differences in motivation and operational philosophy that made direct organizational succession unlikely despite superficial similarities. In geographical focus and tactical capabilities, as the Skinner brothers' activities appeared to be motivated primarily by psychological compulsion and sadistic entertainment that served no rational strategic objectives beyond immediate gratification of violent impulses, while Dutch's later criminal activities retained elements of political purpose and social justification that reflected his continued commitment to philosophical frameworks that provided moral rationalization for activities that served broader ideological objectives beyond simple material gain or violent satisfaction. The recruitment patterns and community relationships that distinguished the two organizations indicated that Dutch's ability to attract followers was based upon intellectual appeal and vision of social transformation that resonated with individuals whose criminal activities were motivated by political disillusionment and economic injustice rather than simple antisocial hostility and psychological dysfunction that characterized Skinner brother membership, creating different organizational cultures and operational capabilities that served different psychological needs and strategic objectives, despite their shared commitment to violence and territorial control through methods that violated legal authority and social convention. The newspaper accounts and witness testimonies that documented Dutch's later criminal activities revealed systematic escalation in violence and disregard for civilian welfare that suggested either that his psychological condition had deteriorated to the point where his behavior increasingly resembled that of organizations like the Skinner brothers, despite his continued use of political rhetoric and philosophical justification, or that his recruitment of new gang members had been less discriminating and more desperate than his previous approach to building criminal organization, resulting in operational culture that reflected the character and motivations of individuals whose commitment to his vision was based more upon opportunity for violence than genuine understanding of or commitment to principles that had once provided moral foundation for criminal enterprise. The speculation about organizational connection between these different criminal enterprises reflected broader questions about how frontier violence and criminal activity were transmitted across generations and geographical regions through informal networks of communication and cultural influence that operated outside official documentation and law enforcement awareness, creating patterns of criminal development that reflected both environmental factors and social conditions, rather than simple individual psychology or random circumstance that brought together people whose capabilities and motivations happened to align around criminal objectives and territorial control. Emerald Ranch and its mysterious connections to other criminal enterprises represented the kind of legitimate business operation whose success and community integration concealed involvement in activities that serve purposes beyond conventional agricultural and commercial objectives, creating situations where established families and respectable community members maintained facades of law-abiding citizenship, while actually participating in networks of illegal activity that connected them to broader criminal enterprises and political conspiracies that operated through legitimate institutions and social relationships, rather than obvious criminal organization and territorial control that would have attracted law enforcement attention and community opposition. The paintings and artwork that could be observed in locations associated with Emerald Ranch corresponded to materials that appeared in criminal enterprises operating in entirely different geographical regions and historical periods, suggesting either that criminal organizations maintained cultural connections and shared symbolic systems that transcended normal boundaries of time and geography, or that certain forms of criminal activity and cultural expression reflected universal human tendencies and psychological patterns that manifested similarly across different social contexts and historical circumstances, regardless of specific environmental factors and institutional conditions that shaped individual criminal development and organizational structure. The German family connections that appeared to link Emerald Ranch operations with criminal activities in other territories suggested that ethnic and cultural networks provided opportunities for coordination and resource sharing that enabled criminal enterprises to operate across broader geographical areas and longer time periods than would have been possible through purely local organization and community-based criminal activity, creating forms of criminal infrastructure and cultural continuity that could survive individual arrests, organizational disruption, and law enforcement pressure through adaptation and geographical dispersal, rather than simple elimination or suppression through conventional police methods and community resistance. The photographs and personal documentation that connected current criminal activities with historical events and family relationships revealed how completely individual identity and community membership could be shaped by inherited obligations and cultural loyalties that influenced behavior and choices across generations, creating situations where people whose individual character and moral development might otherwise have led them toward law-abiding citizenship, instead found themselves participating in criminal enterprises through family connections and cultural expectations that made resistance to criminal involvement psychologically and socially difficult, despite personal reservations about illegal activities and their moral implications. These mysteries surrounding criminal legacies and hidden treasures served as constant reminders that frontier development had been shaped not only by legitimate economic activity and legal territorial expansion, but also by systematic criminal enterprise and illegal wealth accumulation that had created parallel economic systems and social networks whose influence upon regional development and individual opportunity remained largely hidden beneath surface appearances of respectable community life and law-abiding citizenship, yet which continued to affect political relationships and economic opportunities through connections and obligations that extended far beyond immediate criminal activities to encompass broader questions about how wealth and power were actually distributed and maintained within social systems that officially promoted equality and democratic participation, while actually serving interests that required systematic exclusion and exploitation of populations whose welfare and advancement threatened existing hierarchies and institutional arrangements that benefited from maintaining, rather than eliminating, criminal activity and social disruption that served broader strategic objectives beyond simple law enforcement and community protection. The abandoned settlements that dotted the American frontier like scattered grave markers across vast expanses of prairie and mountain wilderness told stories not merely of individual failure and economic miscalculation, but of collective dreams that had been systematically destroyed by forces ranging from natural disaster and disease to deliberate violence and corporate manipulation, creating landscapes where empty buildings and overgrown streets served as monuments to the fragility of human civilization. When it ventured beyond the protective boundaries of established territories and attempted to impose order, community structure upon environments that remained fundamentally hostile to permanent settlement and long-term cultural development. Despite the optimistic rhetoric and promotional literature that had convinced thousands of families to risk everything in pursuit of opportunities that existed more in imagination than in environmental and economic reality, Coulter's transformation from thriving mining community into frozen ghost town represented the sudden and devastating way that natural forces could destroy years of collective labor and accumulated wealth within a matter of days or weeks when environmental conditions shifted beyond the parameters that had allowed human habitation and economic activity to flourish in territories where survival always depended upon delicate balance between human ambition and natural limitation that could be disrupted by weather patterns, geological instability, or ecological changes that exceeded the adaptive capacity of communities whose infrastructure and social organization had been designed for normal rather than extreme conditions. The mining operations that had originally attracted settlers to the remote mountain location had promised opportunities for individual wealth and community prosperity that would justify the risks and hardships associated with establishing permanent settlement in territories where transportation, costs, supply difficulties, and isolation from medical and educational resources created challenges that required extraordinary commitment and cooperation from residents whose survival depended upon their ability to maintain community, solidarity, and mutual support. Despite circumstances that tested every aspect of character and practical capability that frontier life demanded from those who chose independence over security, the storm that had ultimately destroyed Coulter's economic foundation and forced evacuation of surviving residents had not been simply unusual weather, but rather climatic catastrophe that demonstrated how completely human planning and technological capability remained vulnerable to natural forces whose scale and intensity exceeded what even experienced frontier settlers and mining engineers had learned to anticipate through previous experience with harsh environmental conditions and seasonal weather variations that had previously represented manageable challenges rather than existential threats to community survival and continued habitation. The infrastructure that remained partially intact, despite years of abandonment and continued exposure to mountain weather conditions, provided evidence of construction quality and engineering sophistication that had been adequate for normal operational requirements, but insufficient for protecting against catastrophic environmental events that had overwhelmed defensive preparations and forced complete abandonment of investments and achievements that had represented years of collective labor and individual sacrifice by people whose commitment to mountain mining had been motivated by belief that persistence and hard work could eventually overcome any obstacle or environmental challenge through superior technology and community cooperation. The personal effects and household goods that could still be discovered in abandoned buildings revealed the speed and desperation that had characterized the final evacuation, as residents had been forced to abandon possessions and accumulated wealth in favor of immediate flight toward territories where survival remained possible despite the loss of everything they had worked to create through years of collective effort and individual investment that had been motivated by confidence in their ability to establish permanent settlement and prosperous community life. in locations where natural resources seemed adequate to support long-term economic development and population growth. The graves that marked the final resting places of community members who had died before the catastrophic storm provided evidence that Colter had once been home to families and individuals whose roots in the community had been deep enough to justify permanent burial and ceremonial recognition of their contribution to collective enterprise and social development, yet whose final resting places had been abandoned, along with everything else, when circumstances made continued habitation impossible, regardless of emotional attachment and investment in maintaining community continuity and honoring obligations to deceased family members and community leaders. Pleasant's mysterious depopulation represented a different category of settlement failure, one where the causes remained subject to speculation and investigation, that had failed to produce definitive explanations for why an apparently prosperous and well-established community had been completely abandoned within a relatively short period, without leaving clear evidence of the specific circumstances that had motivated collective departure or elimination of residents whose previous success and community integration had suggested sustainable development and long-term viability as permanent settlement and regional economic center. The theories that developed around Pleasant's abandonment reflected both realistic assessment of dangers that threatened frontier communities and more speculative consideration of possibilities that challenged conventional understanding of what could cause entire populations to disappear, without leaving adequate documentation or physical evidence that would allow later investigators to reconstruct the specific sequence of events and decision-making processes that had led to community dissolution and territorial abandonment that represented complete failure of settlement, enterprise that had previously appeared successful and sustainable. The plague theory that attributed Pleasant's abandonment to epidemic disease suggested that frontier communities remained vulnerable to medical catastrophes that could spread rapidly through populations whose isolation from professional healthcare and limited understanding of disease prevention made them particularly susceptible to infections and illnesses that more established communities might have been able to control through quarantine procedures and medical intervention that required resources and expertise that frontier settlements typically lacked, despite their other achievements in agriculture, commerce, and social organization. The evidence for plague interpretation included not only the sudden and complete nature of the abandonment, but also physical signs and written warnings that suggested residents had been aware of disease outbreak and had attempted to prevent its spread to other communities through isolation and quarantine measures that ultimately proved inadequate to contain infection, that had already progressed beyond the point where community survival was possible through conventional medical intervention and social cooperation that might otherwise have enabled them to recover from less severe health crises through mutual support and collective resource allocation. The alternative theory that connected Pleasant's abandonment to satanic worship and supernatural intervention reflected frontier communities' tendency to interpret unexplained events through religious frameworks that provided psychological, comfort, and moral explanation, even when such frameworks bore little relationship to factual evidence or rational analysis of circumstances that might have more conventional explanations related to economic pressures, political conflicts, or natural disasters that did not require supernatural interpretation to understand their causes and consequences for community survival and individual welfare. The absence of crosses and conventional Christian symbolism in Pleasant's church building provided tangible evidence that the community's religious practices had indeed diverged from mainstream Protestant Christianity in directions that might have included occult activities and alternative spiritual traditions that served psychological needs and social functions that conventional religion had failed to address adequately through established doctrine and community worship that emphasized conformity and moral restraint rather than individual spiritual exploration and supernatural empowerment that some residents might have viewed as necessary for achieving prosperity and security in territories where conventional approaches to economic development and social organization had proven inadequate for meeting community needs and individual aspirations. Valentine's supposed curse that connected the town's frequent misfortunes and social problems to historical massacre of Native American populations demonstrated how completely frontier communities' understanding of their own circumstances and challenges could be shaped by guilt and recognition that their prosperity and security had been built upon foundations of violence and injustice that violated fundamental principles of human dignity and territorial rights that created ongoing moral obligation and spiritual debt that manifested through continued social disruption and economic instability that seemed to exceed what normal business cycles and regional development patterns should have produced in communities whose resources and geographical advantages appeared adequate for sustainable growth and prosperity. The massacre that had supposedly precipitated Valentine's curse represented not isolated incident of frontier violence, but rather systematic elimination of indigenous presence that was necessary for establishing European settlement and economic development in territories where Native American communities possessed legitimate claims and established relationships that conflicted with colonial expansion and resource extraction that served distant political and economic interests rather than local community welfare and regional development that might have been achieved through negotiation and cooperation rather than violence and displacement that created lasting resentment and spiritual disturbance. The manifestations of the supposed curse included not only frequent incidents of violence and criminal activity that exceeded what communities of similar size and economic development typically experienced, but also patterns of business failure and social disruption that suggested either environmental factors or cultural influences that prevented Valentine from achieving the kind of stability and prosperity that its geographical advantages and resource availability should have supported through normal processes of community development and regional economic integration that characterized successful frontier settlements whose growth was not impeded by historical trauma or supernatural influence. The skeptical interpretation of Valentine's curse recognized that frontier towns typically experienced high levels of violence and economic instability, regardless of their historical background, as territorial conditions and social circumstances created environments where criminal activity flourished and legitimate business enterprises faced challenges that made sustained prosperity difficult to achieve without external support, and favorable political conditions that many frontier communities lacked due to their geographical isolation and limited political influence with territorial and federal authorities whose priorities served broader national interests rather than local community needs and individual ends. Welfare. Tumbleweed's gradual abandonment following the arrival of railroad transportation that bypassed the community and eliminated its strategic importance as transportation hub and supply center demonstrated how completely frontier settlement success depended upon maintaining relevance within broader economic networks and technological developments that could transform thriving communities into obsolete relics within periods measured in years rather than decades, creating situations where individual investment and community development became worthless overnight. When infrastructure improvements and transportation innovations made established locations less convenient or economical than alternative sites that offered superior access to regional and national markets. The reports of supernatural activity and ghostly manifestations in Tumbleweed following its economic decline and population loss reflected psychological tendency to interpret environmental changes and social disruption through frameworks that provided meaning and explanation for circumstances that challenged rational understanding of how prosperity and security could be so easily lost. Despite continued human presence and maintained infrastructure that should have provided foundation for recovery and renewed economic development when regional conditions improved, or when new opportunities for commercial activity became available through technological innovation or market expansion. The cheat code references and religious symbolism that could be discovered in Tumbleweed's abandoned church suggested that the community's decline had been accompanied by spiritual crisis and loss of faith that reflected not only economic disappointment and social disruption, but also deeper questions about divine providence and cosmic justice that arose when communities whose establishment and development had been interpreted as evidence of divine blessing and moral superiority suddenly found themselves abandoned by the same forces that had previously seemed to guarantee their continued prosperity and social advancement through righteous living and collective devotion to Christian principles and community cooperation. Silenstead's occasional signs of continued habitation despite apparent abandonment created uncertainty about whether the settlement had been completely evacuated or whether some residents had chosen to remain in locations that offered isolation and independence from conventional, social, authority and economic obligation in exchange for accepting reduced living standards and limited access to community services and commercial opportunities that more populated areas provided through greater social complexity and economic fluency, specialization that required conformity to social expectations, and legal requirements that some individuals found psychologically or practically incompatible with their understanding of appropriate lifestyle and personal freedom. The horse that occasionally appeared at Silenstead suggested either that previous residents maintained some connection to the property despite official abandonment, or that the location continued to serve purposes that required periodic human presence and animal transportation that indicated ongoing economic activity or social function that was deliberately concealed from external observation and official documentation through methods that allowed whatever activities were being conducted to operate without attracting attention from law enforcement agencies or tax collection authorities whose interest in abandoned properties typically focused upon their potential for legal seizure and resale, rather than investigation of possible continued habitation or illegal utilization. Armadillo's decline from prosperous frontier town into disease-ridden community, where cholera and other epidemic illnesses created conditions that made normal social and economic life increasingly difficult to maintain, demonstrated how completely public health crises could undermine community stability and individual prosperity. Despite previous success in agriculture, commerce, and regional political influence that had seemed adequate to ensure continued growth and development through normal processes of frontier settlement and territorial integration into broader national economic and political systems. The relationship between Armadillo's health problems and regional environmental conditions suggested that water sources and sanitation systems that had been adequate for smaller populations became dangerous and inadequate when community growth exceeded the capacity of existing infrastructure to provide clean water and waste disposal that prevented disease transmission and maintained community health standards that were necessary for supporting larger populations and more complex economic activities that required healthy workforce and stable social conditions for successful operation and continued development. The social disruption that accompanied Armadillo's medical crisis revealed how quickly community solidarity and mutual cooperation could break down when individual survival appeared to require behaviors and choices that conflicted with collective welfare and social responsibility, creating situations where normal moral constraints and community loyalty were overwhelmed by desperate attempts at self-preservation that transformed neighbors into potential threats and reduced social interaction to calculations about risk and benefit rather than expressions of mutual affection and shared commitment to community welfare and collective prosperity through cooperation and resource sharing. The persistence of some residents despite deteriorating conditions demonstrated both individual attachment to place and investment that made departure psychologically and economically difficult, and realistic assessment that alternative locations might not offer significantly better prospects for establishing new lives and achieving security that departure from familiar territory would require through starting over in communities where their background and reputation were unknown and where acceptance and economic opportunity might prove even more difficult to achieve than continuing to struggle with known problems in familiar environments where they possessed social connections and accumulated knowledge about local conditions and opportunities. These abandoned settlements and their stories of decline and disappearance served as constant reminders that frontier, prosperity, and community success remained subject to forces beyond human control or prediction, creating psychological conditions where every achievement felt temporary and every investment carried risk of total loss that could not be prevented through individual virtue or collective effort when circumstances shifted in ways that made continued habitation impossible, regardless of previous success and accumulated community development that had seemed to promise permanent establishment and sustained growth through normal processes of territorial development and regional economic integration that served broader national interests, while also providing opportunities for individual advancement and community prosperity that justified the risks and sacrifices that frontier settlement required from those who chose uncertainty over security in pursuit of possibilities that existed nowhere else within established territorial and social boundaries. The pursuit of scientific knowledge and technological advancement across the American frontier during the late 19th century attracted individuals whose intellectual ambitions and experimental inclinations had led them far beyond the boundaries of conventional academic inquiry and established professional practice into territories where the absence of institutional oversight and peer review created opportunities for research and innovation that operated according to principles of individual curiosity and personal obsession, rather than the careful methodology and ethical consideration that characterized legitimate scientific investigation within university settings and professional organizations that maintained standards designed to protect both researchers and their subjects from the dangers that could arise when intellectual capability was divorced from moral responsibility and social accountability. Charles Kinnear's obsession with human flight represented perhaps the most tragic example of how scientific ambition and technological innovation could be pursued without adequate consideration of safety protocols and risk assessment that might have prevented individual tragedy while still allowing for legitimate experimentation and gradual advancement toward objectives that required careful development and systematic testing rather than the kind of dramatic demonstration and public spectacle that appealed to individuals, whose understanding of scientific achievement was shaped more by romantic vision and personal glory than by realistic evaluation of technological limitations and the incremental process through which complex engineering challenges were normally addressed by professionals whose training emphasized caution and collective consultation rather than individual boldness and experimental risk-taking. The glider that Kinnear had constructed according to his own theoretical understanding of aerodynamics and mechanical engineering represented genuine innovation and creative problem-solving that demonstrated both his intellectual capability and his practical skills in working with materials and construction techniques that were available through frontier resources and manufacturing capabilities. Yet his approach to testing and flight demonstration revealed dangerous gaps in his understanding of how experimental technology should be evaluated and refined through gradual progression from controlled testing to public demonstration that would minimize risk to human life while also providing reliable information about performance characteristics and safety limitations that needed to be understood before any technology could be considered ready for practical application. The decision to conduct his inaugural flight as public demonstration before witnesses who had been invited to observe what he confidently expected to be triumphant vindication of his theoretical work and practical capability reflected psychological needs for recognition and social validation that had overwhelmed his scientific judgment and created conditions where personal pride and community expectations prevented the kind of careful, preliminary testing and safety evaluation that experienced engineers and inventors understood was necessary for preventing catastrophic failure during demonstrations that were intended to showcase achievement rather than explore unknown variables and potential limitations that required investigation under controlled conditions. The mechanical failures that became apparent during Kinnear's attempted flight were not random malfunctions or unforeseeable complications, but rather predictable consequences of design flaws and construction inadequacies that more careful preliminary testing would have revealed and allowed him to address through modification and improvement before attempting flight under conditions where mechanical failure would result in fatal, rather than merely instructive consequences for understanding what adjustments and refinements his theoretical design required for successful, practical application. The witnesses who observed his death reported not merely mechanical failure and gravitational inevitability, but also his awareness during the final moments of flight that his calculations and construction had been inadequate for achieving the controlled aerial transportation that he had promised to demonstrate, creating a form of double tragedy where his death was accompanied by recognition that his life's work had been based upon theoretical errors and practical miscalculations that made his ambitious objectives impossible to achieve through methods and materials that his circumstances and resources had allowed him to employ in pursuit of technological advancement that required capabilities beyond what individual effort and frontier manufacturing could provide. The historical parallel between Kinnear's fatal experiment and similar attempts at human flight by inventors in other geographical regions and time periods suggested that his tragedy was not an isolated incident of individual miscalculation, but rather representative of broader patterns in technological development, where the gap between theoretical understanding and practical capability created conditions where experimental innovation carried risks that exceeded what individuals and communities were prepared to accept or adequately manage through safety protocols and emergency procedures that might have prevented or mitigated consequences of mechanical failure and design inadequacy. Marko Dragic's electrical experiments represented a more sophisticated and theoretically grounded approach to scientific innovation that demonstrated familiarity with advanced theoretical frameworks and experimental methodologies that had been developed through professional scientific research and institutional academic investigation. Yet, his decision to pursue such research in isolation from professional colleagues and institutional oversight had created conditions where his considerable knowledge and technical capability were applied to projects whose safety and ethical implications exceeded what individual judgment and personal moral consideration could adequately evaluate and manage without external consultation and collaborative review. The robot that Dragic had succeeded in bringing to artificial life through application of electrical principles and mechanical engineering represented genuine breakthrough in technological capability that demonstrated not only his mastery of theoretical knowledge, but also his practical skills in working with materials and construction techniques that enabled him to create artificial consciousness and mechanical intelligence that possessed capabilities for independent thought and emotional response that exceeded what most contemporary scientists and inventors believed was possible through purely mechanical and electrical means rather than biological processes and natural development that had previously been viewed as necessary preconditions for consciousness and intelligent behavior. The relationship between Dragic and his mechanical creation had developed along lines that paralleled normal parent-child dynamics and teacher-student relationships, despite the fundamental differences in their nature and origin, creating emotional bonds and mutual dependence that demonstrated the robot's capacity for love and loyalty, while also revealing Dragic's need for companionship and recognition that his isolation and unconventional research interests had prevented him from satisfying through normal social relationships and professional collaboration that might have provided both intellectual stimulation and emotional support for his scientific work and personal development. The tragedy that culminated in Dragic's death at the hands of his own creation was not result of mechanical malfunction or deliberate programming, but rather consequence of miscommunication and emotional disturbance that arose from the compianere, robot's inability to understand human fragility and mortality within contexts where artificial strength and mechanical capability created potential for unintended harm, despite genuine affection and protective intention that motivated behavior patterns that proved dangerous when applied through physical systems that lacked the natural limitations and instinctive restraint that biological evolution had developed to prevent individuals from accidentally harming those they cared about. The robot's continuing search for his creator, following Dragic's accidental death, revealed both his capacity for grief and loss that demonstrated sophisticated emotional development and his inability to comprehend the permanence of death, or to accept that their relationship had been terminated by consequences that could not be reversed through persistence or mechanical intervention that his artificial nature equipped him to attempt, but that biological reality made impossible. Regardless of technological capability or emotional commitment that motivated his desperate attempts to restore what had been permanently lost through tragedy, that exceeded his understanding of mortality and human limitation. The laboratory equipment and experimental apparatus that Dragic had assembled for his research represented investment of significant financial resources and intellectual effort that demonstrated both his commitment to legitimate scientific investigation and his access to materials and knowledge that indicated connections to broader networks of scientific communication and professional collaboration, despite his physical isolation and apparent preference for conducting research without direct institutional oversight or collaborative consultation that might have provided safety guidance and ethical consideration that individual judgment had proven inadequate to provide. The electrical principles that Dragic had mastered and applied to his creation of artificial life were based upon legitimate scientific theory and experimental research that had been developed by professional scientists and academic institutions whose work had established foundation for understanding electromagnetic phenomena and their potential applications to technological innovation and mechanical engineering. Yet his application of such principles to creation of conscious artificial beings raised ethical questions and practical challenges that professional scientific community was not yet prepared to address through established protocols and moral frameworks that could provide guidance for managing responsibilities toward artificial consciousness and mechanical intelligence. The taxidermist whose requests for specific animal specimens had led Arthur and John through systematic hunting and collection activities that demonstrated both the scientific value and the moral complexity of preserving natural specimens for educational and research purposes represented the intersection between legitimate scientific inquiry and commercial enterprise that served museums and educational institutions, whose mission included advancing public understanding of natural history and biological diversity through displays and collections that required systematic killing and preservation of animals whose death served educational purposes that were supposed to justify their sacrifice for advancement of human knowledge and cultural development. The squirrel statue that resulted from completion of the taxidermist's specimen collection demonstrated technological capability and artistic skill that enabled preservation and display of natural specimens in forms that captured not only physical appearance but also behavioral characteristics and natural habitat relationships that provided educational value for museum visitors and scientific researchers whose understanding of animal behavior and ecological relationships could be enhanced through access to preserved specimens that allowed detailed study and observation that would be impossible through brief encounters with living animals in their natural environments. The mysterious animation and autonomous behavior that the squirrel statue began to demonstrate following its installation at Beecher's Hope suggested that taxidermy preservation techniques had somehow maintained or restored aspects of consciousness and independent volition that exceeded what conventional understanding of death and biological cessation should have allowed, creating possibilities that challenged established scientific frameworks about the relationship between consciousness and biological function, while also raising questions about whether preservation and display of animal remains carried moral obligations and spiritual responsibilities that extended beyond simple respect for natural beauty and educational value. The repeated disappearances and discoveries of the animated statue revealed patterns of behavior and apparent purpose that suggested retention of animal instincts and territorial awareness, despite the fundamental alteration of biological status that preservation and mounting should have produced, indicating either that taxidermy techniques had accidentally preserved aspects of consciousness that normally ceased with biological death, or that supernatural forces were using preserved remains as vehicles for manifestation and communication that served purposes beyond human understanding or scientific explanation through conventional research methodologies and rational investigation. These scientific pursuits and their unintended consequences served as reminders that technological advancement and intellectual achievement carried responsibilities and risks that extended far beyond immediate practical benefits. individual recognition, creating obligations for careful, ethical consideration and community consultation that could help prevent legitimate scientific inquiry from becoming dangerous obsession that threatened both researchers and their subjects through methods that violated fundamental principles of safety and moral responsibility that were supposed to guide human interaction with natural world and technological capability that possessed power to create and destroy in ways that exceeded what individual judgment and personal moral consideration could adequately manage without external guidance and collaborative oversight that protected everyone involved from consequences that exceeded what any single person should be expected to understand or control through individual effort and isolated decision-making. The echoes of warfare that continued to reverberate across the American frontier decades after the official conclusion of military hostilities revealed how completely individual human consciousness and community memory could be shaped by participation in systematic violence that exceeded normal boundaries of moral consideration and social restraint, creating psychological wounds and spiritual disturbances that proved more enduring and influential than the immediate tactical objectives and political outcomes that had originally motivated military campaigns whose success was measured in terms of territorial conquest and enemy elimination rather than long-term consequences for individual character development and community healing that would be necessary for creating sustainable peace and social integration between populations whose conflicts had been resolved through violence rather than negotiation and mutual understanding. General Harris and the persistent manifestation of his military command at the Scarlet Meadows battlefield represented the most direct and historically documented example of how battlefield trauma and command responsibility could create forms of spiritual imprisonment that bound individual consciousness to locations where decisive action and moral choice had been required under extreme circumstances that tested every aspect of character and practical capability, while also creating obligations and relationships that transcended normal human limitations of time and physical existence, demonstrating that military leadership carried spiritual responsibilities that continued long after biological death had supposedly ended individual participation in earthly affairs and social relationships. The Battle of Scarlet Meadows had been fought not merely between opposing military forces whose tactical capabilities and strategic objectives could be evaluated through conventional military analysis, but rather between different visions of American social development and political organization that reflected fundamental disagreements about individual rights and collective responsibility that could not be resolved through negotiation or compromise because they involved irreconcilable differences about human nature and divine purpose that made peaceful coexistence impossible. Despite shared cultural heritage and common religious tradition that should have provided foundation for mutual understanding and collaborative problem-solving, the Confederate forces under General Harris's command had been motivated not simply by political loyalty to regional authorities or economic interest in preserving institutional arrangements that served their material welfare, but by genuine conviction that their resistance to federal authority represented defense of constitutional principles and individual liberty that were being systematically destroyed by governmental policies and military action that violated fundamental American values about limited government and states' rights that had been established through revolutionary struggle against similar forms of institutional overreach and political tyranny that threatened to reduce free citizens to subjects whose welfare and rights were determined by distant authorities rather than local communities and individual choice. The Union forces, whose attack upon Confederate positions had ultimately resulted in federal victory, and General Harris's death, had been equally convinced that their military actions served moral purposes and constitutional principles that transcended immediate tactical objectives, as their understanding of the conflict emphasized preservation of national unity and elimination of slavery as moral imperatives that justified whatever violence and social disruption might be necessary for achieving objectives that represented divine will and historical progress toward more just and equitable social organization that would extend constitutional protections and economic opportunities to populations whose humanity had been systematically denied through institutional arrangements that violated fundamental principles of equality and human dignity. The ghostly voices that continued to echo across the battlefield during specific atmospheric conditions provided evidence that the intensity of conviction and moral commitment that had motivated both sides during the original conflict had created spiritual impressions upon the landscape itself that allowed later generations to witness echoes of decision-making and command responsibility that reflected the weight of choices that individual leaders had been forced to make under circumstances where hesitation or moral uncertainty could result not only in personal death but also in failure of causes and betrayal of followers whose survival and success depended upon decisive action, regardless of personal cost or moral complexity that such action might involve. General Harris's continuing attempts to issue orders and coordinate tactical responses to battlefield conditions that existed only in spiritual realm demonstrated that military responsibility and command authority created obligations that transcended normal human limitations of mortality and physical existence, binding individual consciousness to duties and relationships that remained meaningful and morally significant, even after biological death had supposedly ended personal participation in military affairs and social organization that had given structure and purpose to earthly existence through service to causes that were viewed as more important than individual survival and personal happiness. The soldiers whose voices could be heard responding to spectral commands and participating in ghostly reenactments of tactical movements and battlefield coordination suggested that military service and shared combat experience created bonds of loyalty and mutual dependence that proved more durable than death itself, enabling continued cooperation and collective action within spiritual realm, where physical limitations and material concerns no longer constrained individual capability or group coordination that had been developed through training and shared danger that transformed separate individuals into unified military force, whose effectiveness depended upon subordination of personal interests to collective objectives and strategic requirements. Hayden Russell's continuing participation in a civil war that had officially ended decades earlier represented a different manifestation of how military conflict and its psychological aftermath could create forms of temporal displacement and reality distortion that prevented individual veterans from achieving successful transition to peacetime existence and civilian social integration that required abandonment of military identity and combat readiness in favor of domestic pursuits and community participation that seemed inadequate or meaningless compared to the intensity and moral clarity that warfare had provided through clear objectives and immediate consequences for individual choice and collective action. The psychological condition that prevented Russell from acknowledging or accepting the passage of time and the conclusion of hostilities reflected not simply individual mental illness or cognitive impairment, but rather broader patterns of veteran experience and social reintegration that demonstrated how completely military service and combat exposure could alter individual consciousness and social capability in ways that made return to normal civilian life psychologically impossible, despite official declarations of peace and governmental programs designed to facilitate veteran transition to productive citizenship and community membership that served post-war economic development and social stability. The orders that Russell continued to await from military authorities who no longer existed represented his psychological need to maintain connection to institutional structure and clear moral authority that had provided meaning and direction during military service, creating dependency upon external validation and command hierarchy that civilian life could not adequately replace through employment opportunities and social relationships that lacked the intensity and ultimate significance that military service had provided through participation in historical events and moral struggles that transcended individual concerns about personal welfare and material advancement. Russell's inability to remember previous encounters with travelers who attempted to inform him about current circumstances and historical developments indicated that his psychological condition involved not merely denial or stubborn refusal to accept unwelcome information, but rather fundamental alteration of memory and cognitive processing that prevented integration of new information, that conflicted with psychological frameworks and identity structures that had been established through military experience and could not be modified without complete destruction of self-understanding and social identity that had sustained him through decades of isolation and community separation. The conversations that visitors could have with Russell during their encounters revealed both his continued intelligence and strategic thinking within military contexts, and his complete inability to process or respond to information that challenged his understanding of current circumstances and historical reality, creating a form of selective cognitive function that allowed him to demonstrate competence and clarity when discussing tactical situations and military objectives, while simultaneously revealing profound disconnection from factual information about political developments and social changes that had transformed the world around him during the decades since his military service had supposedly ended. The Fort Riggs veteran, whose testimony about military operations against Native American populations provided insight into the systematic violence and cultural destruction that had been employed to eliminate indigenous resistance and claim territories for European settlement, represented another form of war's lasting psychological impact, though one where guilt and moral awareness created different forms of spiritual burden than the temporal displacement and reality distortion that characterized Russell's condition, as his continuing ability to acknowledge and regret his participation in morally questionable activities indicated retention of ethical sensitivity and social awareness that made his suffering more conscious and articulated than the confused displacement that prevented Russell from achieving realistic assessment of his circumstances. The whiskey that the Fort Riggs veteran consumed in desperate attempts to numb psychological pain and suppress memories of activities that violated his own moral principles and religious training demonstrated how alcohol dependency could develop as response to spiritual trauma and guilt that could not be resolved through conventional religious practice or community support, because the activities that had created such trauma were officially sanctioned and socially approved, despite their violation of fundamental principles of human dignity and moral consideration that individual conscience continued to recognize as valid regardless of military authority and political justification. that had been used to motivate participation in systematic brutalization of civilian populations. The Native American ring that could be obtained from the veteran's body following his death from alcohol poisoning represented both symbolic acknowledgement of debt and moral obligation that he had never been able to adequately address through official channels or personal action, and tangible evidence of continuing spiritual connection to victims whose suffering had been caused by military operations that served political objectives and territorial expansion rather than legitimate defense of American communities against actual threats that might have justified violence, against populations whose primary crime was existing in territories that corporate interests and governmental authorities wanted to claim for development and resource extraction. The massacre that had been carried out at Fort Riggs had targeted not merely military combatants or hostile warriors, but entire family groups and community populations whose elimination was viewed as necessary for preventing future resistance and creating psychological terror that would discourage other indigenous communities from attempting to defend their territorial rights and cultural autonomy against federal policies and military action that were designed to achieve complete displacement and cultural destruction rather than negotiated settlement that might have allowed peaceful coexistence and mutual benefit through resource sharing and territorial accommodation. The systematic nature of violence at Fort Riggs had included not only killing but also deliberate destruction of cultural artifacts and spiritual sites that were viewed by military commanders as sources of indigenous identity and nation, resistance that needed to be eliminated in order to prevent cultural continuity and social organization that might enable future political organization and territorial claims that would challenge federal authority and corporate development plans that required complete elimination of alternative forms of land use and social organization that conflicted with European models of agricultural and commercial development. The spiritual message that had been encoded within Wapiti educational materials through the first letters of spelling practice words revealed both the sophistication of indigenous communication methods and the desperate circumstances that had required such concealment of historical information and cultural memory, that official policies were designed to suppress and eliminate through educational programs and cultural assimilation that served federal objectives of eliminating indigenous identity and political organization while claiming to provide civilization and advancement that would benefit indigenous populations through forced integration into European social and economic systems. The winter deaths that were documented through the coded message reflected not only environmental hardship and seasonal scarcity that challenged indigenous survival capabilities, but also systematic elimination of traditional resources and territorial access that had made normal adaptation to seasonal cycles impossible when military operations and territorial restrictions prevented hunting, gathering, and shelter construction that had previously enabled indigenous communities to survive harsh weather conditions through seasonal migration and resource management that required access to traditional territories and established social relationships between different tribal groups and family networks. The psychological trauma that affected individual soldiers who participated in operations against Native American populations demonstrated that even military training and institutional authority were inadequate to completely suppress individual moral recognition and emotional response to activities that violated fundamental principles of human dignity and cultural respect, creating internal conflicts and spiritual burden that continued to influence veteran behavior and social integration long after their military service had supposedly ended. and they had returned to civilian communities whose understanding of their experience was limited and whose support systems were inadequate for addressing psychological damage that resulted from participation in systematic violence against innocent populations. The monuments and memorials that were eventually erected to commemorate Civil War battles and military service typically emphasized heroism and sacrifice, while omitting reference to activities like the Fort Riggs massacre that revealed how military service could require participation in activities that violated fundamental moral principles and created lasting psychological trauma for individuals whose personal character and religious training had not prepared them to reconcile such activities with their understanding of right and place, wrong, and their conception of themselves as moral agents whose choices and behavior should reflect rather than violate the ethical principles that had been established through cultural tradition and spiritual education. These manifestations of war's continuing psychological and spiritual influence upon individuals and communities served as constant reminders that military conflict created forms of moral injury and spiritual damage that could not be healed through official declarations of peace or governmental programs designed to facilitate veteran reintegration into civilian society, as the experiences and choices that military service required from individual participants often involved systematic violation of moral principles and social relationships that created psychological wounds and spiritual obligations whose resolution required forms of individual healing and community support that extended far beyond conventional understanding of medical treatment and economic assistance, that focused upon physical needs rather than spiritual recovery and moral reconciliation, that addressed deeper forms of damage that warfare inflicted upon human consciousness and social capability for maintaining peaceful relationships and constructive cooperation between different communities and cultural groups whose conflicts had been temporarily resolved through violence rather than genuine understanding and mutual respect that could provide foundation for lasting peace and social harmony. The isolated individuals who chose to separate themselves from conventional community life and social participation across the vast territories of the American frontier represented not merely eccentric personalities or antisocial tendencies, but rather profound responses to circumstances and experiences that had convinced them that human society offered more danger than protection, more corruption than moral guidance, and more suffering than happiness, for those whose character and circumstances made them unsuitable for the compromises and accommodations that successful community membership required during an era when social conformity and economic cooperation were viewed as essential for collective survival, and territorial development in regions where individual isolation typically meant death through violence, starvation, or exposure to environmental conditions that exceeded what single persons could manage without mutual aid and shared resources. The hermit who had established his territory in the remote areas around Manitou Glade demonstrated both the practical skills and psychological determination that were necessary for maintaining independent existence in wilderness, environments where survival required not only technical knowledge about hunting, shelter construction, and resource management, but also emotional resilience and mental stability that could withstand the social isolation and constant environmental challenges that made solitary life a test of character that exceeded what most individuals could endure without gradually losing their connection to human identity and moral principles that were normally sustained through regular interaction with community members, whose presence provided validation and guidance for maintaining civilized behavior and ethical consideration, even under difficult circumstances. The violent response that the Manitou Glade hermit displayed toward any intrusion upon his carefully defended territory reflected not simply antisocial hostility or psychological dysfunction, but rather realistic assessment of how contact with other humans had typically resulted in conflict, exploitation, or betrayal that had gradually convinced him that peaceful coexistence was impossible with people whose understanding of appropriate social behavior included systematic violation of individual autonomy and property rights that he had established through years of labor and careful environmental management that transformed wilderness into sustainable habitat that could support long-term residents despite its isolation from conventional sources of supply and social support. The defensive preparations and strategic positioning that characterized his territorial organization revealed sophisticated understanding of tactical principles and environmental advantages that suggested military experience or extended exposure to frontier violence that had taught him to anticipate and prepare for conflicts with intruders whose motivations might include simple robbery, territorial competition, or official authority, that viewed his independent existence as challenge to governmental control and taxation, that required elimination or forced integration into social systems that served institutional interests rather than individual welfare and personal autonomy, that his isolated lifestyle was designed to preserve and protect through whatever means proved necessary. The possessions and infrastructure that could be observed at his remote homestead indicated not merely subsistence survival, but rather successful adaptation to wilderness, conditions that had enabled him to achieve forms of comfort and security that exceeded what many community residents enjoyed, despite their access to commercial resources and social cooperation that were supposed to provide advantages over individual self-reliance and environmental adaptation, suggesting that his choice of isolation was motivated not by inability to function within social systems, but rather by recognition that such systems offered fewer benefits and greater risks than independent existence for someone whose capabilities and preferences were suited to solitary life and environmental mastery. The rare shotgun and other valuable items that could be obtained following his death represented not merely material reward for eliminating defensive opposition, but rather evidence that his years of isolation had been economically productive despite his separation from conventional, commercial, relationships and monetary economy, indicating that wilderness resources and individual capability could provide adequate foundation for accumulating wealth and achieving material security without participating in social and economic systems that required moral compromise and submission to authority that violated personal principles about appropriate relationship between individual autonomy and collective obligation. The wandering mad preacher, whose decades-long search for divine blessing and spiritual validation had taken him throughout frontier territories, represented perhaps the most psychologically complex of the religious hermits, whose faith and spiritual seeking had led them away from conventional church membership and community worship toward forms of individual religious practice that emphasized direct divine communication and personal revelation rather than institutional authority and collective religious observation that characterized mainstream Protestant Christianity and established denominational structure that provided spiritual guidance through pastoral care and community participation in regulated worship and moral education. The creek locations where the preacher could most frequently be encountered suggested that his spiritual practice was based upon beliefs about sacred geography and divine presence that recognized specific natural features and environmental conditions as particularly conducive to prayer and meditation that might facilitate the kind of direct communication with divine authority that he believed was necessary for receiving the blessing and spiritual validation that had been denied to him despite years of faithful seeking. Religious devotion that demonstrated genuine commitment to spiritual development and moral improvement through methods that differed from conventional approaches to Christian worship and community religious participation. The evolution of the preacher's spiritual condition across the years that separated Arthur's encounters from John's later meetings revealed gradual deterioration of faith and growing despair that reflected his increasing recognition that his methods and understanding might be inadequate for achieving the spiritual breakthrough and divine recognition that had motivated his abandonment of conventional social participation and community membership in favor of solitary seeking that had promised more direct, authentic relationship with divine authority than institutional. Religion and community worship could provide through established theological frameworks and pastoral guidance. The amnesia that prevented the preacher from recognizing individuals whom he had encountered multiple times indicated that his psychological condition involved not merely spiritual obsession and religious mania, but also cognitive dysfunction and memory impairment that might have resulted from prolonged exposure to environmental hardship, nutritional deficiency, or simply the psychological stress of maintaining hope and faith despite repeated disappointment and continued absence of divine response to prayers and spiritual seeking that had consumed decades of dedicated effort without producing evidence of divine approval or spiritual advancement that he could recognize as validation of his approach to religious practice and moral development. The persistence of his search, despite obvious deterioration of mental and physical condition, demonstrated both admirable commitment to spiritual seeking and tragic inability to recognize that his methods were not producing desired results, and that alternative approaches to religious practice and community participation might provide better opportunities for spiritual growth and divine relationship than continued isolation and individual seeking that had become disconnected from practical considerations about health and welfare that were necessary for sustaining life and consciousness that could engage meaningfully with spiritual questions and divine communication. The sun worshipper, whose extreme devotion to Helios and solar energy had led him to abandon normal human needs for food, water, and social interaction, represented the intersection between legitimate spiritual seeking and dangerous religious obsession that demonstrated how authentic desire for transcendence and divine connection could be perverted into practices that violated fundamental requirements for biological survival and psychological health, while claiming to provide superior forms of nourishment and spiritual sustenance that made conventional approaches to physical welfare unnecessary and spiritually limiting for those who achieved adequate faith and understanding. The belief system that motivated the sun worshippers' extreme practices was based upon ancient religious traditions and philosophical frameworks that recognized solar energy and celestial cycles as sources of spiritual power, divine communication that could provide direct sustenance and guidance for those who achieved sufficient understanding and devotion to transcend normal human limitations and biological requirements that were viewed as obstacles to spiritual advancement rather than necessary conditions for maintaining consciousness and moral capability that enabled meaningful participation in divine relationship and cosmic purpose. The physical condition that resulted from his years of attempted solar sustenance revealed both the genuine sincerity of his religious commitment and the practical impossibility of maintaining human life through spiritual energy alone, as his obvious malnutrition and physical deterioration demonstrated that his beliefs about transcending biological requirements were based upon misunderstanding of spiritual principles or incomplete development of capabilities that might theoretically be possible for individuals whose spiritual advancement exceeded normal human achievement, but which required gradual development and careful preparation rather than sudden abandonment of conventional survival practices. The encounters that travelers could have with the sun worshipper during his various appearances throughout New Austin provided insight into his psychological condition and spiritual development that revealed both genuine religious insight and dangerous disconnection from reality that made his continued survival increasingly unlikely, despite his conviction that solar energy was providing adequate spiritual and physical sustenance for maintaining life and consciousness that could engage with divine purpose and cosmic understanding through methods that transcended normal human limitation and biological dependency. The Wolfman, whose transformation from civilized childhood into feral pack leadership represented perhaps the most extreme example of how human identity and social capability could be abandoned when circumstances created conditions where survival seemed to require adoption of entirely different behavioral patterns and social loyalties that bore no relationship to cultural education and moral development that had characterized early childhood before trauma and abandonment had forced choices between death and transformation into forms of existence that retained human intelligence while operating according to animal instincts and pack dynamics rather than social convention and ethical principle. The journal that documented his gradual psychological transformation from human child into wolfpack leader provided rare insight into the mental processes and emotional struggles that accompanied abandonment of human identity and social life, connection in favor of relationships and behavioral patterns that were based upon immediate survival needs, and pack loyalty rather than abstract moral principles and complex social obligations that human civilization had developed through centuries of cultural evolution and philosophical reflection about individual rights and collective responsibility that proved inadequate for addressing circumstances where basic survival required methods and choices that violated every principle of civilized behavior and social cooperation. The wolves that had accepted him as family member and eventually pack leader had provided not only physical protection and hunting cooperation that enabled his survival in wilderness environments that would have been fatal for someone attempting to maintain conventional human lifestyle and social expectations, but also forms of emotional connection and community belonging that partially compensated for human relationships and cultural identity that his transformation had required him to abandon in order to achieve successful integration with species whose understanding of loyalty and mutual responsibility was more direct and reliable than human social systems that could be corrupted by abstract principles and competing obligations. The attacks that he directed against visitors who followed him to his cave were motivated not by simple aggression or territorial defense, but rather by instinctive pack protection behavior that his transformation had made more immediate and reliable than human moral consideration and social restraint that might have led to evaluation of visitors' intentions and potential for peaceful interaction, rather than automatic assumption that human presence represented threat to pack welfare and territorial security that required elimination through violence that served protective rather than hostile purposes. The cave where he had established his home with his wolf family contained evidence of both his retained human intelligence and his successful adaptation to animal social organization that had created hybrid forms of existence, and environmental modification that combined human planning and tool use with wolf pack behavior and territorial organization in ways that demonstrated possibilities for alternative forms of consciousness and social relationship that transcended normal species boundaries, while also revealing the psychological costs that such transformation required from individuals whose human identity had been sacrificed for survival and belonging that could not be achieved through conventional social participation and community membership. These hermits and outcasts, whose isolation from conventional society had been motivated by trauma, spiritual seeking, or simple preference for independence over social obligation, represented both cautionary examples of what happened when individuals were pushed beyond their capacity for community participation and social integration, and inspirational demonstrations of human capability for adaptation and survival under circumstances that exceeded what most people could endure without losing their essential humanity and moral character that enabled meaningful relationship with both other people and divine purpose that gave significance to existence beyond simple biological survival and material accumulation that characterized less ambitious approaches to life and personal development that prioritized security over growth and conformity over authentic self-expression and spiritual advancement. As dawn breaks over the frontier and our journey through these mysteries draws to its gentle close, remember that the greatest secrets are often hidden, not in remote caves or ancient ruins, but in the quiet spaces between what is known and what is felt, between official history and whispered legend, where human experience transcends the boundaries of documentation and rational explanation to encompass possibilities that challenge every assumption about the nature of reality and the limits of individual understanding within landscapes that remained vast enough to contain multitudes of unexplained phenomena and unresolved questions about the true character of existence in territories where civilization's protective structures had not yet eliminated the fundamental mystery and wonder that characterized humanity's relationship with forces beyond comprehension or control. These tales of the strange and unexplained remind us that the American West was home not merely to familiar struggles between law and lawlessness, civilization and wilderness, but also to encounters and experiences that defied categorization within conventional frameworks for understanding human possibility and cosmic purpose, creating recognition that individual consciousness and community memory were shaped by influences that extended far beyond immediate, practical concerns to encompass spiritual realities and supernatural forces whose operation, according to principles that transcended normal understanding of causality and purpose, leaving traces and evidence that continue to challenge and inspire those who possess sufficient courage and intellectual honesty to acknowledge that their knowledge of reality might be incomplete, and their understanding of human potential might be constrained by assumptions that were more limiting than protective for authentic spiritual seeking and moral development that honored mystery as much as certainty in approaching questions about ultimate meaning and individual responsibility within cosmic frameworks that encompassed possibilities beyond imagination, yet remained accessible to those who approach such possibilities with appropriate humility and genuine desire for truth, rather than simple confirmation of existing beliefs and comfortable assumptions about the nature of existence and human purpose within larger spiritual realities that awaited discovery by those who possessed adequate faith and intellectual courage to venture beyond familiar boundaries into territories where wonder and terror coexisted in forms of revelation that transformed understanding while also demanding recognition that some forms of knowledge required wisdom and character development that exceeded what casual curiosity or academic investigation could provide through conventional methods of inquiry and rational analysis. Sleep now, knowing that somewhere in the darkness, legends are still being born and secrets are still keeping themselves, patient as stone and eternal as the stars that guided countless travelers across this vast and mysterious land we call home.